Yeah. 매일 눈을 뜨면 들려오는 라디오 심장 깊이 받쳐 울려오는 스테레오 이젠 혼자 남아 나의 길로 let me go 아픔만 내 슬픔 따윈 never let it go 어디가 픽 보면 이 픽 어제 며칠 원한 취소해 내가 필요 없어 내가 필요해 그런 놈들 가슴 말아 yeah watching out the eyes out of God and my ocean road with the pedals for 노래 말로 wait I try to get away wait 켜버린 배로 나 슬픈 노래가 점점 날 가두려 해 끝나는 sad song 모두가 좋아해주는 mad song 내 가슴에 멍들어 loose They getting tired of truth They make them wanna dance 그래도 난 이겨내 You're back 끝나는 sad song 모두가 좋아해주는 mad song 같은데 서로 다른 move 엇갈려버린 groove You make them wanna dance 그래도 난 이겨내 You're back 끝나는 sad song 우리 함께하는 지도한 기억 And miss the times we had It's just so yeah we all that 그리워하는 그때가 보겠지 Yeah Every song we feel like Every song we feel like Feel back not the same 모두가 춤을 추는 my song 그도 누구 섬에 길은 다른 춤이 다른 move wanna dance 그래도 난 내가 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm hasanpiker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast. Coming to you live from sunny but cold Los Angeles, California, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and Emmys are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day because today is Thursday, folks. Thursday, November 14th, 2024. And I am a little late and I apologize, but I had some meetings that I had to attend. That's right. Elon is such a fucking grifter. Not necessarily new information. Dude, I just started and this guy comes in hot. Megaphonics. Elon Phonics. Hooked on phonics. This fucking guy, bro. Let it rest. Brother, let it rest. Jesus Christ. I mean, instantly he had that shit on him. He's like, I gotta let it out. I gotta release it. Did you bid on any of the INFOWARS office supplies? I did not. But I'm really excited that The Onion did and they got it. Anyway, we'll figure all this stuff out in a second. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. It's 11/14/2024. It's Thursday, November 14th, 2024. 11:46 a.m. And I'm going to do a short stream today. We're going to do a half-day stream today. Let me tell you why. It is because I'm going to do a half stream today because I am going to go to Texas. That's right. I'm going to go to Texas, baby. They reported it, but you couldn't believe it. Is your terrorist bubble being burst by Canute tomorrow? Are we becoming capitalists? Oh, shit. Oh, I didn't even think about Canute being at OTK game day. That's going to be fun. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. Anyway, heard about the dude in beautiful Brazil that tried to blow up the Supreme Court with fireworks and then killed himself also with fireworks? I did. Those suits. And I think it's going to be... We'll cover that. Am I going to be streaming in Texas? Hell yeah, baby. You've been doing a half day for the last 2 weeks. Where's the work ethic gone? I know. I'm going to be hanging out with Nicholas Pollum. All tier 3 sub. If you nutmeg an MP in the game. Canute told Mike he likes you. Yeah, I know. That's why it's so funny when he's like, he's crazy and a terrorist. It's like, I would go so far as to say that Asmongold probably likes me too. Bro, libs on TikTok think you're some weirdo extremist apparently. No, they don't. You saw one fucking TikTok and you got primed, okay? No, they do not think that. First of all, I feel like TikTok has way more extremist perspectives than I do, okay? They let that shit fly out there, bro. There's like Maoists and stuff on there. It's crazy. People are way more pro-China on there. Hair looking good. Thank you. I think it's pretty funny that there are definitely a lot of people out there who will be like, I don't even agree with this guy, but I think I can fucking chill with him. He's a cool ass hang, you know? But in any case, I see the Rizzler did something unacceptable. Oh, look at me, I'm Dan Crenshaw. Oh, that's fucked up. Rizzler, how dare you? All I want is for you to dunk on Tectone. Oh my God, yeah. See, I don't know if Tectone likes me. I think I could say that like with a certainty, I think Asmongold probably likes me, even though he will farm me, right? He'll farm me to like the sweatiest losers online for sure. But I don't know if Tectone actually has his own personal. On personal opinions. Anyway, World War II was in the 1800s. You going to Austin? Tectone doesn't hold a strangle strong opinion. All he does is bait views. Oh, okay. Are we getting a second Alvea stream? Potentially. I am thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. We'll see. Dennis Prager is knocking on death's door. I know. R.I.P. Fucking bozo. Anyway. Where the heck was I? Okay. There's a lot to talk about today. I don't like anyone that doesn't like Hasan. That's what I'm talking about, Angel Mama. You tell him. You tell him, girl. That's what I'm saying. It is pretty easy, though, usually, because usually the people that don't like me are, they have some real dog shit politics. At least on like one issue, you know what I mean? It's got to be at least like something that they disagree with me on, and that like I've never met a motherfucker that's like, I agree with everything he says, I just hate the dude. You know what I mean? There's not a thing. As a matter of fact, there's plenty of people who don't agree with me. There's probably a shit ton of people who don't agree with me who still like me, as opposed to anything else. Playlist for later. Thank you, Themasius, for the fat one. That's a nice playlist right there. We're going to be talking about Pedogate. We're going to talk about Pedogate, ladies and gentlemen. What a fucking time to be alive. I swear to God. Holy moly. What a time to be alive. Okay. Anyway. Oh. I'm not sure if you'd care, but streamer Evil Celly is going to be having Trump, Harris, and President Milei separately on our stream later today. Talk about populist politics. What? Trump, Harris, and President Milei. There is a streamer on Twitch that is going to have Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, and Argentina's very own Milei. Yeah, I think that's probably not happening, man. I assume that that's probably AI or something. I don't know. Anyway, good news. Matt Gaetz won't let minors be deported. Bad news. He wants them in his basement. So that's not good. That's, you know, there is no silver lining there. We are never going to free Nestor, baby. Will you be checking out Dan Bilzerian on Piers? Probably not, because I hate that. I don't like that at all. I don't like that, like, dudes go on Piers Morgan
and then just say the most like virulently anti-Semitic nonsense, but then sandwich like normal takes in between, and then some people only see the normal takes and other people see the virulent anti-Semitism. And for me, it's like, no, if you have virulently anti-Semitic takes, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I know where that motivation is coming from. Like, I know where that motivation is coming from. You do not care. You personally do not care about like you might care about Palestinians, right? To a certain degree, but you definitely care about Jews. You know what I mean? You're like, you really, really, really are using this as your opportunity. And to me, it's like, yeah, brother, if you're using a genocide for your other agenda, you're already a piece of shit if you're an anti-Semite, but if you're using a fucking genocide for your agenda of spreading anti-Semitism, you're like doubly a piece of shit. You know what I mean? Can you see from the other side, though? What do you mean? What is the other side of like anti-Semitism? Like, what? You think I'm going to agree with anti-Semitism? No, I don't. Okay. This is something that I have actively fucking fought against for years and years and years. Some of y'all, I think, just, haven't been around long enough. No, there is no other side. Like, hey, can you look at like the arguments that people are making about anti-Semitism? Can you do that? Can you just, make it valid, make it feel like it's valid? Anyone who's concerned about human rights and dignity of Palestinians should have the same concern for all people. Otherwise, it's just the same hate as the other side, but reverse. Exactly. New on Tuesday, 1 week after the election, CNN and MSNBC drew their lowest 25 to 54 demo ratings in nearly a quarter of a century. CNN's lowest since June 27, 2000. MSNBC's lowest since August 7, 2001, excluding last year's July 4th holiday. Why won't they fucking give more of it? You stated it last night, loud and clear. What is this? I think there's nothing grosser than just, like, being anti-Semitic. Good one. Good one, dude. Anyway. Come on, don't bully the enlightened centrists. They're already struggling with cognitive dissonance. Yeah, I mean, this is what I say all the I find myself bullying the radical centrists regularly, you know? Another point on what you're talking about. I have data from YouTube from election night. More than 45 million Americans watched the election returns on YouTube, suggesting a major shift in media consumption habits. Yup. And I was right there, baby. Yo, put Twitch on there too, dog. Come on. Not just YouTube. I was there. I had the largest real election numbers. I will stand on that. I don't give a fuck what those botted ass Rumble numbers look like for Steven Crowder and Dan Bongino, okay? Ain't nobody was out there watching Dan Bongino. And it's like, that's with the fucking blacklisting, taking me off the fucking front of the website, taking me off the algo. Fuck my haters. I'm still here, baby. Yeah, put me on the fucking block list. Still got 315,000 motherfuckers in here, dude. God damn. My dad watched Dan Bongino. He's cooked. Damn, there's like real people that watch Dan Bongino. That's crazy. Bottom deck pillow? No, I'm an upper decky boy. I've never bottom deckied. Hate and spiteful behavior is wrong and leads to all the world's problems. Help and don't hurt. Love and don't hate. Thanks, Omnivalor. Where was I? There's a lot to talk about today. Let's blast off and let's get right into it. Personal news-wise, Normally, I talk about what's going on in my life, what's going on in the world of Hasan, hasanpiker. Honestly, I played basketball this morning, ran up and down the court, saw Homelander. Interesting dude. Yeah. See him all the time. Yeah. He's got 2 dogs. Anyway, I don't want to be weird. Doesn't matter. People probably do that to me as well. So, yeah. Yeah, the Homelander. Yeah, Anthony Starr. Anyway, balled my freaking face off. Had a couple, had a couple meetings. Okay. Wait, what the fuck is this? Top streamers from the USA in October, Neon on YouTube. Yeah, I don't think these views are real, man. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to keep it $1.50. I feel like these are probably not real. That's crazy. Meanwhile, on another stream, Anthony Starr's like, anyway, saw Hasanabi, incredible. I don't think he knows who I am. But yeah, I had some combos. I also saw. No way people watch some this much. No, they don't. It's fucking botted, dude. That's what it is. Are they adding like views from his VODs? It's botted. It's botted. It's bots. It's bots. Every time you go live, you got like 200,000, 300,000 viewers. It's botted. The writers definitely know who you are. They're pretty tapped in and leftists. Yeah, the writers might, but fucking the Homelander himself does not know. Anyway, let's blast off. The Onion buys Alex Jones's INFOWARS. PEDOGAETZ gate. Matt Gaetz resigns right before investigation reveal to become AG, and I'll be in Texas to ball my face off tomorrow. Get in now. Wait, I didn't hear this. Lamau, what? You didn't hear Matt Gaetz? Oh, my Rashida Tlaib interview is out. This was one of my favorite interviews that I've ever conducted. And of course, as is the case with all the serious content that I do on this goddamn platform on YouTube, many of you will not be watching it, but many of you watched it live regardless, so that's good. Anyway, do we have a blast off meme? I know it's my second message, but thoughts on Blue Sky becoming #1 downloaded app in the US, UK? Are you planning to join it? The Guardian and many big papers are leaving Twitter right now. I think until hold on. Like all of my journalists that I rely on, and also all of like the people that I talk to leave the platform, I will probably still remain on the platform itself, because the thing is, like, I use it as a primary tool. I use it as a primary tool to talk to people. You know what I mean? Like, this is, I talk to journalists on here. I reach out to people on here. I routinely utilize this platform for breaking news that you know, my friends and people that I know personally are engaging in, right? So like, it's still unfortunately filled to the brim with neo-Nazi sentiment, and it's full of shit, and my replies reflect that reality. But ultimately, it is. Ultimately, it's, you know, it's an avenue that I still utilize. I use it for my job, and that's it. My take on Blue Sky, if it's just going to be filled with people talking about itself and Twitter, it's never going to take off. For now, it's supposed to be like, is this thing on? Wow, this is so much better than Twitter. Anyway, that's not true at all. That Dan guy replied to you, and I just reported him for harassment because I hate this song. Motherfuckers, what? What Dan guy? Why not use both? I think there is already an account that reposts all of my shit. There's an account that reposts all my stuff on on Blue Sky anyway. So like automatically, there's like a bot, like the truth Hasanabi repeater automated mirror. Yeah. If you leave Twitter, won't people follow anyway? Yes, everyone is always demanding that I leave Twitter and trying to get me to leave and go to Blue Sky. But, you know, we'll see. The girl I started talking to is a Hasanabi head. Am I cooked? I wonder if your haters will follow you as well. Your haters love Twitter, so maybe it can help. What? Drill is popping off on Blue Sky. As a gamer, I've eliminated thousands of Moodang-like creatures for their various parts. I've completed countless quests using their pain. That's pretty good. I think a lot of people on both are now waiting for critical mass. I'd say mostly the individual reporters and news orgs are very spotty. Sometimes mirrors exist. No, it's just, dude, you don't understand. Like I talk to Palestinian journalists, right, that are literally trapped in Gaza right now. I talk to them on Twitter. What am I supposed to do? Be like, hey, man, can you get on Blue Sky, please? Like, I can't do that, okay? The dude is, like, existing in a genocide. What do you want me to do? Like, that is the primary function of Twitter for me, okay? Like, that's what I mean. That's what it is. That's what, that's part of the reason why I can't, you know, part of the reason why I can't get over over there. I used to be such a good boy until all. This is what my haters sound like. Is that what you said? I used to be such a good boy until all these hate comments turned me evil. Graham is no more. I am Mr. Clapback. This is not funny. Oh, fuck you. I shit in your mouth. Bro, stop giving a shite. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. I shit in your mouth. A Bible quote. Fuck you. I shit in your mouth. This is your warning. You leave a shitty comment, you're gonna get shit in your mouth. Fuck you. I shit in your mouth. Bro, this is like spiritually Tom on here. Like, actually. This guy's not cringe. He's funny as fuck. Trump to universities. Stamp out anti-Semitism or lose accreditation. Yeah, they're going to start killing people, bro. They're going to be like, if you don't deport anti-Zionist Jews, you are anti-Semitic. Fan hung out with Alex Jones last night? No, she didn't. Shut up. He's got a card game called Divorced Dads. Oh my God. Is it possible for you to audio only stream through digital radio? I want to listen while I'm driving, but I don't want to kill anyone. Yeah, bro, just fucking play it on Twitch and just don't look, you know? You're in this clip and they put a steak logo over you. Please don't show me that shit. I don't want to see it. What is this?
Here, Juan. By the way, you're getting a raise. Now you're making $50,000 a year, so congratulations and keep up the hard work.
Yeah, hey, thank you. Where's my raise?
Dude, don't worry. You're going to get your raise soon enough.
What the hell's going on, Gordo?
Juan, are you okay? What the hell? What?
What?
Why you can't run?
I think because he's making more money. He's turning Republican.
Dude, hurry, get the
I got you.
I want tax cut.
Give him some medicine. See if this works.
Dude. Oh my God. Oh my God.
You think that
I
worked?
think it worked. You okay? Juan. Gordo, are you okay?
What just happened?
Dude, you were saying you wanted us to close the borders.
Bro,
Here's more medicine.
my credit score was at 800, man.
I mean, who's your favorite singer?
Let's fucking chant it, bro.
Yes. Oh,
Bring me some
He's
tacos,
back.
please.
Oh, he's back. Dude, you scaring me, man.
60 started now.
This is the only form of acceptable humor on this in this regard. The fucking, and it's been an ongoing meta. It's been an ongoing meme, but it's like this stuff is fine. But then when people are like, we need to deport the immediate undocumented family members of like Latino people who voted for Donald Trump, is like the insane libs, you know?
It's time to give up the Doritos.
No!
Operation Delito Dorito is in effect. I'm gonna need to confiscate this last bag of Cool Ranch Doritos from your hands. Sir, I'm warning you that this is your last chance. If you keep poisoning yourself with these Doritos, I'm gonna have to arrest you and feed you prisoners food for the rest of your life.
No.
I don't want you to have to become a victim of the deleted Dorito massacre. I don't want you to have to be a part of any of that.
He hates Red 40. He hates Red 40. Come and take it, brother. Hey! Hey! Over my goddamn dead body!
Just please give me the Cool Ranch Dorito.
Y'all gonna learn today what y'all
Nobody's gonna
Kato
get
looks
hurt.
like. You come after my Dorito. Hell
All
yeah,
right,
baby!
Here's the deal.
Woo!
I've got a pocket full of hall passes. You can use one of my hall passes to eat the rest of this bag of Doritos. And
You
I
better
won't
not
get you
even
arrested.
think about it.
But just tell me, where are the rest of the Doritos?
Come and take it, brother. Not me and my bag of Dorito. I'll be taking the yellow 40, the red 4, the green 60. I don't give a fuck. Woo! Shall not be infringed. ATF standoff, but against RFK Jr.'s FDA? Yeah. The reader! Anyway. Yeah, what's next, dude? The jalapeno poppers? Zuck's new music career is popping off. I know, we covered this last night on the Fear and podcast, which turned into Fear and Malding, by the way. It was just a me and Will episode, which I think we did a fantastic job on. All right. When can we get steroids? Yeah, that's the other thing. Listen, bro. Listen. Unless this guy basically decides that everyone can have TRT, okay, and everyone can have unrestricted, unrestrained, FDA approved good stuff. Like, not even the stuff that he's taking, because he's doing TRT, but I'm talking like the good shit, right? I'm talking fucking straight up Trenbolone, okay? Trenbolone in the water, okay? No more gender, only one gender. That gender is man. And not just any kind of man, a manly man, okay? That will eliminate a lot of the problems, okay? No more gender binary, no more multiple genders, just one, okay? Everybody's on trend. Everyone, okay? Monogender, unigender, that's it. Everybody gets brolic as shit. Everybody is yacked to the goddamn gills. We become the strongest nation of all time. Everybody's on trend. Every single person, okay? And the more jacked you are, the more you are elevated into government office, okay? Like, I think the most jacked person should probably be holding the highest office. So obviously starting, we have a pretty solid head start here for Chris Bumstead. And no, I'm not going with the open metrics. I'm actually going with the Arnold Classic. Okay. The closer you are to Arnold physique, I think the more, the better it is. Right. So I think Chris Bumstead would be a perfect first president for America. If you've ever listened to Chris talk about a lot of issues, like he already is like a really good figure for positive masculinity in general. So I think he should be. He's Canadian. It doesn't matter. He's American at heart. Okay. We're making him the president. I think Chris Bumstead should be president of America and also Canada as well. I think we should annex Canada, right? And make Chris Bumstead in charge of all of it, only because he's very clearly demonstrated excellence. Like what he's been able to do to his body is really sick. Is really cool. I think that, that demonstrates that this is a guy who is serious. He's serious about a lot of stuff. So Sam Sulek for Attorney General, youngest Attorney General in the game. But once again, here's a guy who's punishing himself. And why is he doing that? For glory. A lot of people talk about like, oh, back in the day, we are just like Vikings or whatever. And it's like, you haven't done anything, okay? You have done nothing. You've made zero personal sacrifices. Sam Sulek is like 21 years old, and he's, he has greatly limited his lifespan, okay? He's greatly limited his lifespan. And why has he done this? For us, okay? For us. He's done it so that we can enjoy being in the same presence of a man who is basically transitioned into just one big muscle. I think I really respect that. I really respect people that do that make the ultimate sacrifice of basically min-maxing their lifespan, because, living for a really long period of time is just not really worth it unless you're looking yacked. So, Sam is so sad to look at. No, it's not. When I see him, I see a glory. That's all I see. And I also like Sam as well because vibes based, he also is kind of like Chris Bumstead, like a nice dude. Okay. It's only sad when he speaks. Yeah, okay. His heart rate's, he does look like the living embodiment of like heart palpitations. But having said that, he just seems like a very nice guy. Okay. When do you see Dr. Mike? Next week. I'm going to see Dr. Mike Israel next week. We're going to get Brawlic together. I'm very excited about that as well, obviously. When are you hanging out with the goat? 3 pumps into Melania and it starts rotting off. Yeah, Dr. Mike Israel, I will be seeing him next week. I'm very excited about that too. I'm going to try and not talk to him about politics and talk about big boy shit that only we understand as big boys. Okay? The real Dr. Mike or the Dr. Mike gym guy? No, Dr. Mike Israel, man. That's it. This guy. Yeah, it's going to get hella gay. Oh, for sure. Oh, yeah. No, we're going to be kissing each other by the end of this. Like, for sure. By the end of our workout session, we're just going to be making out. We're going to get so fucking gay. You have no idea. Mike Israel is the living embodiment of the principle that I have always advocated for, which is that the more you go to the gym and the more you lift weights, the gayer you are. Right? That's just the reality. And this is something that I brought up to Bradley Martin as well. I think like people talk about people talk about how, oh, well, you don't get it. Like they're making the children gay. They're transifying the youth. They're queering the youth. It's like, brother, you own a gym. Okay, you own a gym. You are literally grooming everyone to be gay. That's it. Women, gay men now. Okay, men, extra gay. Gay men, super gay. The more you lift weights as a gym owner, the more you are grooming everyone, including the next generation, to be gay. That's how it works. So yeah, Mike agrees with you in this. He calls himself gay. Yeah.
I'm 62 years old. I worked at a corporate setting for a long time. I made a lot of money. I've never been straight. My wife doesn't even look at me anymore. All I want is a muscle man to feel in my hands. Is that so much to fucking ask? I pay my goddamn taxes.
Notice, priority one is good technique. Never, ever push harder than your technique allows. And if with the perfect technique, the weight's not going up anymore, well, that's it. You hit failure. And if you could schmig it a little bit, could you get another rep? Yes. And other people in the gym may count it as a rep. But remember, God looks down on all of your reps. And if you do a rep like that, he'll actually look down on it. She like appears out of nowhere. And you're like, oh, God. You drop to your feet. He's like, yay, hear me. The fuck was that?
Anyway. Wait, isn't this guy Dana White, or am I confused? Wait, what? No, that's not Dana White. That's Dr. Mike Israetel. Another bald man that you seem to be sexualizing. Odd trend I'm noticing. It's not an odd trend. I am a bald fetishist. Okay? I am a bald fetishist. You know this already. You know this already. Stop. Stop playing with me. Stop it. Okay? We're done. Anyway, this is such a funny intro. All the crazy stuff Trump is going to do. Is Hasanabi a proud bald fetishist? I can't believe chat king shaming right now some leftists. Yeah, I know. Stop king shaming me. I'm a bald fetishist. I'm sick and tired of hiding it, except I've never really hid it. All of my favorites are bald. Anyway. Stop objectifying the bald, you ableist. I am not objectifying them. Okay, maybe a little bit. All right. Let's start talking about Trump tapping Representative Matt Gaetz. What is this? Checking in on Senate GOP Gaetz reaction. When asked whether he wants to see Gaetz' ethics report, Ron Johnson unfolds a printout of this picture of Rachel Levine and Sam Brinton and asks reporters whether they harass Democrats about these nominees. Wait, what? Why would they? What? What? I'm confused. This is so weird, dude. What does this have to do with what's going on right now? Like, are you saying, are these guys doing the fucking theory where it's like, they're doing the NAMBLA theory of like, well, pedophilia actually is a protected status? Like, what the fuck do you mean? You're like pointing to random trans people and being like, well, you say Matt Gaetz is a pedophile, but these people were trans. Okay, well, one's illegal. Okay, what do you mean? The fuck are you saying? Dude, never a day goes by where I am so vindicated. The more transphobic people become, the weirder they are. Imagine being a fucking goddamn senator and you got a printed out picture of random trans people in your pocket, dude. What the fuck? and stop king shaming. No, I will always shame transphobic chasers. I will shame you. Okay. You should be ashamed of yourself. Okay. Ex-Knesset member interview when? Dog, if you fucking keep asking this over and over again, I'm going to blast you in the orbit. Dude, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. When is your interview with the Knesset member? Who's the ex-Knesset member you're doing an interview with again? And when is it? Chat, clip this. Who's the ex-Knesset member you were doing an interview with again? Chat, if you see this, help me get Hasan to answer this goddamn interview with the ex-Knesset member is. It's Dr. Ofer Kasif, and I haven't set up a time for him, okay? I have not. What the fuck is wrong with you? I guess I could go kiss myself. Answer the question, Hasan. I don't want to miss your interview. When is your interview with the ex-Knesset member? Holy hell. I guess I'll go kiss myself then. What is happening? Chatter, put the gun down, you know? Calm down. Calm down, dude. Holy shit. Yeah, look. In other news, what's your plan now that the Twitch contract is up? I think you could have a bright future grifting for the right on Kick. Calm down, man. Rise and grind. It's time to add Hasan again. Yeah. Me asking for the Vinny Hacker collab. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll make the Vinny Hacker thing happen as well. All right. All right. There's a high probability that they're transphobic because they stroke the trans women every day and then they're ashamed of it. I don't know what the fuck is going on with a lot of these motherfuckers, but they're crazy. There are gray name chatters in the wild these days. Oh, I saw this. Yeah. I saw this clip. Here, we'll start off with this and then we'll get to Matt Gates. We're going to do PEDOGAETZ. PEDOGAETZ gate.
You are literally spitting out straight up APAC talking points. You don't think so? Whoa. Apparently they come in APAC. Because if
the Arabs and the Muslims are atrocious to human rights, I say, as I'm cynically defending the state that is currently doing a genocide. Like, how the fuck? What do you mean? What human rights, dude? What are you talking about? There's no humans to do rights to. There's no humans left to do rights to. Now that Israel's done with it, you know? What the fuck do you mean? I am, once again, telling you, Islamophobia is the most permissible form of bigotry.
the Arabs and Muslims are atrocious, do you agree with that part? All right. Guys, listen, everybody, quiet. This is my show. I'm against any kind of loss of human rights, whether it's Muslim people or LGBTQ people, but why does that have to come up when we're talking about the loss of human rights of people being bombed literally right now? You know what that's called? It's called pinkwashing.
It's not only pinkwashing, but it's also whataboutism, and it's also ironic additionally because like it's not like Israel is so fucking sweet either on a lot of these issues. What a lot of people don't realize is that like while Israel has presented itself as this like safe haven for women and yada yada yada, and there's like a whole bunch of obvious Islamophobia at play there when you present it as like the alternative to the scary Muslims and forcible hijab wearing or whatever, without recognizing that like the entire region is so different from one another and so diverse. You have to monolithize Arabs and Muslims as like ISIS basically, and then say, look at how good Israel is. And the irony, of course, is even when you don't think about the apartheid in its practical application, Israel itself is bouldering towards, in a way that is not dissimilar to what we are experiencing in the United fucking States of America, straightforward fascism, or had bouldered towards straightforward fascism. Now it's basically in full tilt fascism. That's it. So like when people talk about this sort of stuff, they just like don't realize that so many of the fucking parties in the Knesset are advocating for, you know, women to not be able to read anymore. And And they constantly, and then the fact that like interfaith marriage is already a tricky concept in Israel, or even gay marriage, as a matter of fact. It's not an accident that every single LGBTQ member in Israel weirdly flies to Cyprus to, you know, do the thing, and then they come back. Why are they doing that, I wonder? Like, people don't understand that when you don't examine the reactionary attitudes that is fostered in some of the most right-wing parts of your society, it will inevitably take over the entire project. And it has, right? It has taken over the entire project at this point. Maybe 20, 30 years ago, you could be like, oh, it's just those settlers. They're just crazy. Come on, chill. What? Oh, why is the government helping them and subsidizing the building operations in the West Bank? That's weird. But like, all of a sudden, 2018 comes around and you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Why are they trying to abolish the Israeli Supreme Court? Hold on now. I don't like that. And it's like, dude, that's the fucking fascism boomerang, big dog. Okay? What goes around comes around. I know this. We are seeing this in America as well. And we've been living in it in America as well. And people in Israel just cannot comprehend that it's happening to them because they're so firmly invested in that punishment being dished out to the Palestinians that they just like forget that there are repercussions for that. Societal attitudes that have primed you into being a more violent, more aggressive society is how you arrive at a guy like fucking Bezalel Smotrich in your cabinet. Guy like Itamar Ben-Gvir in the governing coalition. That didn't happen on accident. And it's happening in America right now too. The parallels are right there. So I hope a lot of liberal Zionists recognize that, you know, and stop dropping the fucking ball so spectacularly.
Yes, absolutely. Pink washing, which is not when you mix your reds and whites in the washing machine, which I initially had thought it was, okay? Which is another very, very big problem we should talk about at another time. I've lost many good shirts to the pink washing, right? This guy knows what I'm talking about, right? The definition of pink washing is exploiting the LGBTQ cause for human rights for a political point, okay? Is it an important issue? Yes, okay? But why does it only come up in the context of talking about why Palestine shouldn't be free? Then why did it come up during a presentation on why Palestine should be free? Because it did. That is pink washing, textbook definition pink washing. If you don't understand why, please, I urge you just to look up the definitions. It's like, oh, look at their track record of gay rights. Check everywhere's track record of gay rights. It is absolute. It is absolute.
Yeah, I think the easiest way to slam that shit basically is like, you know, there's multiple different methods of it. Obviously, number one, it's not like the Israeli bombs are only killing the homophobes. Number two, you shouldn't be fucking killing the homophobes anyway. The entire purpose is to rehabilitate people. Number three, Palestinians have never had a fucking free moment to be able to, you know, advocate for civil liberties for themselves because they've constantly lived under the brutal thumb of Israeli occupation. Number four, Israel itself is obviously not exactly great for gay rights personally, even though they present themselves as, you know, a beacon of prosperity in this region, and that's a whole bit of Islamophobia that's associated with that as a you know, look at how bad they are, look at how good we are type situation. And last but not least, none of this excuses Israel's apartheid nor its genocide. But we have moved away from that conversation when you have this conversation instead. Oh, and my final argument always is when you talk about resistance groups, all right? Like when you talk about the axis of resistance, when you talk about people resisting against Israeli apartheid, when you talk about people resisting against Israeli genocide, okay? There are a shit ton of groups out there. I don't agree with their way. I don't agree with their internal affairs. I don't agree with the way that they operate in general. But I also understand material realities, okay? Just like America was a segregationist, homophobic, anti-women country in World War II, but we still ride for easy company, okay? We don't go, hold on now. I can't believe this racist, segregationist, imperialist, homophobic, you know, nation was fighting against the Nazis. I mean, everyone would look at you and go, what the fuck are you saying? Shut up. I don't agree with the way that America operates. It's okay. You can separate your form of governance from the people that are living under it. Okay? I'm lost. Why do I hear one side saying it's genocide, then I hear the reason for all the civilian deaths is Hamas is using as a civilians as a shield? Are both sides true? What do you think? Make up your mind, man. What the fuck are we talking about? The entirety of Gaza is one big crater at this point, and you're still like, the other side keeps saying there's human shields. Human shields. I don't get it. We're 1 year into a fucking genocide, dog. Wake up. Holy shit. Criticizing resistance groups makes under an occupation from the safety of your home makes you the hypocrite. I know. And it's so funny because, like, obviously plenty of queer people recognize that reality. Plenty of queer people understand that. You know. I hate the memes the way we stopped the alt-right before, like we beat Germany. We didn't fight Germany because they were anti-Semitic. We fought Germany because of American economic interests. Yes and no. I think that no. I think FDR wanted that smoke for sure. I will stand on that. No, it wasn't just like economic interest, really. Pearl Harbor was the pivotal event that allowed FDR to basically advocate to do this, whereas there was plenty of resistance against it. Nick Mullen demolished a guy who was pink washing. What is this?
You don't think it's weird that all these like new liberals are like very hyper defensive of a religion that hates them?
Now, when you say new liberals, what does that mean? Trans?
It means
people?
they don't read.
Yeah. When you say new liberals, because the word liberals now isn't loaded enough, we'll add the word new to it to imply they're even gay or something. I don't know, like whatever. These people
that is actually
they're
it.
even more. Yeah, if you thought they were trans before, wait until you see these anti-Israel protests.
Yeah.
Because these are the most trans people we've seen yet. And if you sent them to Gaza, they would be. That's what I love when conservatives do that. They're like, yeah, send these kids over there. They'll get killed in a minute, which I think is good, by the way. Which I also think rules.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, my only problem with Sharia law is that it's brown people doing it instead of me. That's what I would. And all the things that I hear about them doing, that sounds fucking awesome.
I don't. Okay, all the motherfuckers throwing keg W's. How many times have I said this? God damn. I mean, he's cooking. But yeah,
I think conservatives want that though. I don't think they. I don't think they want.
That's the whole premise of like send them to Gaza is like
he said it louder, champ. I mean, it's true.
Want violence,
and of course his delivery is better. I will never be even remotely as funny as Nick Mullen or even Adam Friedland. As a matter of fact,
acted on these people, which you can just call the police. That seems to be the answer. Is the cops will show up and beat all these kids up. So you already have it here.
I don't know. I feel like, man, you see this very differently.
How do you see what?
Well, for one, I don't think. I think I'm a little more trusting of police, maybe naively. But for two, I also think when people, I think there are idiots that say like send them there so they'll get killed. I think that's also like a wrong sentiment. But I think in general, it's like they're saying like you're backing a place that wouldn't be accepting of you, whereas like
but that like necessarily assumes that like advocating for like speaking up against something you find immoral is a transaction.
Yeah.
Right? Like if I don't like black people could hate me. They do. Like black people hate me. I'm not going to stand here and be like, well, we should bring slavery back, right? Yeah. If slavery was still going on, I'd say that's wrong. We shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter if black people were like, no, that guy looks like a cool pedophile, and we want to beat him up. It's like it's still this thing is wrong on principle.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter.
That's why I have no problem with people protesting. Like you think something is wrong, you have the right.
Yeah, but it doesn't indicate any kind of like hypocrisy or contradiction that a gay person would protest in favor of Palestine.
No,
just because it doesn't matter what they're doing, like you can say, "Oh."
And the inverse of this is also true. It's not like Israel's bombing Palestine because they're homophobic. Like people are always like, Hasan, I'll have you know, Hassan Nasrallah was homophobic. I'm like, is that why they killed him? That's why Israel was like, how dare you be homophobic, Hassan Nasrallah? We're gonna fucking execute you and 500 other people at the same time. You know? No, man. They didn't kill him for that reason. This has no, it's just a way to make you feel more comfortable about like the guy that they fucking assassinated. Okay? And also the thousands of people that they ended the lives of in that same process.
Oh, well, you know,
I don't disagree
they
with
wouldn't
you.
like you
I'm
in
just
Gaza.
saying, but there is like a
that
nuance
doesn't mean that
there
a genocide should be happening.
Yes, as a Jew, I can't go.
Well,
on the
that
record
is
of
that. Hold on,
the
but that,
G word.
That is the nuance. That's the nuance. The nuance isn't like, well, looks kind of like, you know, there's sort of a contradiction here. No, the nuance is that it's like you don't need those people to be, you know, like LGBTQ advocates.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
to not want to see people like, you know, blown up or children.
Yeah, I have no problem with people who are like, I mean, everybody should not want the loss of life on any side. Like that's obviously.
This is also
in a perfect
boring. This is
world.
supposed to be a comedy podcast.
Yeah.
So we'll find.
But I will say those people deserve it.
Which ones?
Whichever you decide.
I don't.
As an
I don't.
audience.
I'd like to get back. There's just maybe a little too much stand-up talk for my taste, and too much. So I think we'll agree.
Yeah.
Nuke Israel, and then that's sort of where we agree on.
You know, I'll say this to wrap this topic up, but when
I love Nuke Israel. I'm claiming that used to be belonged to everybody, but I'm not.
Before people go clip this and be like, Hasan, I can't believe it. He's joking. Okay. He's not being sincere. Okay. And white privilege used for good. Level the playing field so we can start over. I think my argument is much better than his. I don't agree with nuke Israel as a position. I just want to be very serious right now. My position, on the other hand, is give the Palestinians an Iron Dome and also air support, okay? Level the playing field. America doesn't give a shit about anything. We just like selling weapons. So why not sell weapons to both parties, okay? That's it. Play both sides. You always come out on top. Give Palestine an Iron Dome. That is the sensible, moderate policy that you can expect from the likes of Hasan Hasanbi running for president. Okay? Think about it. Think about it. Give Palestine an Iron Dome. Allow them to have also a fleet of F-15s. Level the playing field. You missed it by a week? Yeah. Oh, shit. The election happened already? Fuck. Jobs at home and permanent war abroad. Great policy. Work with Pakistan versus India. Yeah. It's called the Thunderdome. All right. You also said give Ukraine an Iron Dome before too? Yes. An Iron Dome for everyone. An Iron Dome for all. Ladies and gentlemen, fuck Medicare for all. We're never getting that shit. You already know we're never getting that shit. That's why I want solutions. Okay? Iron Dome for everybody. Give one to Iran. Give one to Ukraine. Fuck it, dude. Everybody gets one. Call me Oprah. The way I'm saying, you get a dome and you get a dome. Everybody gets an Iron Dome. Okay? And we just, we just figure it out going forward. And Tamir interceptors. We are making gorillions of Tamir interceptors, okay? Quintillions of Tamir interceptors. We're a permanent war economy. We're only making Tamir interceptor missiles, okay? And we're shipping them to everybody. $85,000 a pop. Do you understand how much money we could be printing for members for people that used to work in the manufacturing industry that lost their fucking jobs? Think about it. Scranton, Pennsylvania, baby. A manufacturing facility in every fucking corner. Americans back to work, making Tamir interceptors left and right. Yeah, call me Nancy Reagan the way I'm giving out Dome. Iron Dome. All right, let's move on. Let's get to Trump taps Representative Matt Gaetz. We're talking PEDOGAETZ gate, PEDOGATE, whatever you want to call it. He's been tapped for Attorney General in a long-running pedocon sequence that has gotten another incredible moment here. Now, when I say pedocon, a lot of people are like, I don't understand. What the fuck? I thought the trans people were the pedophiles. No. The real pedophiles suspiciously almost always find themselves on the reactionary side of politics for some weird fucking reason. Okay? Just odd. It's real odd stuff overall. How peculiar. Okay? How peculiar. Let's take a look.
Elect Trump announcing more key nominations for his new administration, including Matt Gaetz for Attorney General. Rachel Scott tracking all the reaction for us there on Capitol Hill. Good morning to you, Rachel.
Hey, Robin, good morning to you. Yes, this one catching some here on Capitol Hill off guard. House Republicans were meeting behind closed doors when President-elect Donald Trump announced that he would be selecting Congressman Matt Gaetz to be his next Attorney General. I'm told there was an audible gasp in the room, and now there are serious questions about whether he has enough support to be confirmed in the Senate.
This morning, Donald Trump's pick for Attorney General, sending shockwaves through Washington. The president-elect nominating Republican firebrand.
Oh my God. Bro, I'm not even done with the story from yesterday, and then a new fucking fresh hell opens up. Oh, Trump expected to select Robert F. Kennedy to lead HHS. No! Yo, we're getting fucking... We are going to unearth ancient diseases that we have combated successfully. Oh, hell no. No! Bro, unlimited content. It's not content. We're going to fucking die. Holy shit. We're bringing the playback, baby. Bubonic style. Dude. Oh, no. Dude. Climate change, okay, causing massive shifts in the way that ecosystems operate. Weird animal migration patterns. Animals come into contact with one another, creating zoonotic diseases that then, humans get transmitted with. We're fucked. The likelihood, alongside like, what is it? Oh my God, I'm forgetting the word now. Antibacterial resistance. No, not antibacterial resistance. Like anti-vaccine resistant bacteria. Or what is it? What is it called? Antibiotic resistant diseases. Everything is getting worse, and now we're putting the one guy, possibly the worst guy, in charge of it all. Antibiotic resistant bacteria and diseases, super bugs, all of that. All it takes is one fucking epidemic, and this shit is over, okay? Completely. Doesn't need to be a pandemic. Epidemic, we're done. Wiped out. America, GG. Server reset incoming. Do you understand? Anyway, we'll get to that in a second.
And staunch loyalist Matt Gaetz to one of the most influential jobs in his cabinet.
He's really a great person, and he's on the controversial side, but that's not bad.
If confirmed, Gaetz would lead the Department of Justice, which for years also led an investigation into Gaetz for alleged obstruction of justice and for alleged sex trafficking. The DOJ ultimately closing the investigation without bringing any charges. But Gaetz was also facing another investigation by the House Ethics Committee for alleged sexual misconduct and illicit drug use, allegations he denies. Overnight, that investigation brought to a halt when Gates suddenly resigned.
If Matt has resigned and is no longer a member of Congress, the investigation will cease and no report will be issued at that point.
Sources say the committee was ready to meet this week to deliberate over whether to release a report. His resignation also complicating an already narrow majority in the House for Republicans. Trump has now nominated 3 members to serve in his administration.
But I have begged and pleaded with the new president, enough already. Okay, but because our numbers are small.
The announcement shocking fellow Republicans.
I just think it's silly. I believe that the president is probably rewarding him for being such a loyal soldier to the president. But the president is smart enough and his team is smart enough to know that Mr. Gates will never get confirmed by the Senate whatsoever.
Some GOP senators making it clear this is far from a done deal.
I don't think it's a serious nomination for the Attorney General. We need to have a serious Attorney General, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity to consider somebody that is serious. This one was not on my bingo card.
And Gates is not the only nominee who could face challenges. His choice for defense secretary, Fox News host and veteran Pete Hegseth, said this about women serving in combat.
I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles.
What do you make of some of his past comments, though, suggesting that women shouldn't serve in combat roles?
Well, I think he'll have to answer what he meant by that.
For Director of National Intelligence, the president-elect naming former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard, who switched parties and became one of his most loyal supporters. She has no intelligence experience and will face tough questions over her meeting with Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad and whether she's too sympathetic to Russia. As Trump presses forward with the transition, he returned to Washington, meeting with President Biden in the Oval Office, shaking hands.
Welcome. Thank you very much. And thank you very much. And politics is tough, and it's in many cases not a very nice world, but it is a nice world today, and I appreciate it very much. A transition that's so smooth, it'll be as smooth as it can get, and I very much appreciate that, Joe. You're welcome. Thank you all.
No. Sebastian Gorka? No. 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 No fucking way, dog. No. Sebastian Gorka! Oh my God. Dear God. Holy shit. Oh, dude. Oh, wow. Wow. I'm Brian Kilme. What a time to be alive. What new fresh hells will we experience? That tweet has 25 likes. It's from the defense reporter covering Congress for Politico chatter. Like it's not some random fucking guy, that posted it. We need to talk about the accusation Matt Gaetz a pedophile. I know little about Matt Gaetz and don't have an opinion. Oh my God, this guy did not write an entire fucking... Oh my Lord. But the distinction between pedophilia and what I stipulate Gaetz was doing technically ephebophilia is a... Actually, it's ephebophilia. You don't understand. I'm using a different way to indicate statutory rape, sir. Okay? So it's automatically different. It should be received differently. It's like, okay, maybe you don't go to perma jail. Maybe you go to jail for a little bit less than perma jail. Got it. Okay. Sick. That designation might be, I guess, important in a court of law, right? And even then, not necessarily. But like, when you're having a normal conversation and you slip that in there, everyone understands exactly what the fuck you're talking about, okay? This is not exculpatory. Don't fucking hit that Actually, it's ephebophilia, which is a different version of having sex with a minor. Sick, man. Cool. Thanks.
The House Ethics Committee declined to comment on our reporting. This morning, sources are telling us that President-elect Donald Trump is considering tapping his top defense attorney, Todd Blanche, to be the Deputy Attorney General. This is the second highest position in the Justice Department. Blanche was on his defense teams for that hush money trial there in New York City, as well as the federal investigations also here in Washington, Robin.
And Rachel, we know there has been a significant change in Senate leadership.
Yeah, John Thune of South Dakota will be the next Senate Majority Leader here on Capitol Hill. Mitch McConnell.
Like, the actually is a phebophilia argument is so fucking stupid because you're basically saying, like, no, these are fuckable minors. That's what you're saying, okay? And everybody understands that that's what you're saying, and they're still grossed out by it, okay? And the only people that are not grossed out by it are also other gross people. So, please, what an incredible self-report, okay? Insane.
Stepping down after 18 years in leadership. Thune has been critical of President-elect Donald Trump in the past, but he did say he wants to work closely with him to get his agenda across the finish line. I asked Thune, though, about one of Donald Trump's key demands, that the next Senate Majority Leader support so-called recess appointments. Now, this would allow Donald Trump to push through his cabinet picks over an extended Senate recess without any confirmation hearings. Thune telling me that all options are on the table, but this is important because this could help someone as controversial as Matt Gaetz get across the finish line in the Senate, Robin.
And keep that in mind. Thank you for your reporting, Rachel.
More on this now from our chief Washington correspondent, John Carlin. John, let's pick up where Rachel just left off.
RFK for Department of Health and Home, dude, Health and Human Services, fucking holy moly, what a horrifying reality we exist under. I cannot begin to explain to you how devastating this is. A man who is an anti-vaxxer, who also had some really interesting takes about Jewish people and what they were doing with the Chinese in the development of the COVID coronavirus, which suspiciously enough, according to the ADL, doesn't read as anti-Semitic. I don't know why. Maybe because he's super pro-Israel. That's the other wonderful aspect of RFK's, like, insane and rather colorful history, is that he has also said COVID-19 was genetically engineered to spare Jews and the Chinese. Not just all Jews, though. Ashkenazi Jews, specifically, I believe is what the quote was.
Bioweapons. The level, I know a lot now about bioweapons because I've been doing a book on it for the past 2.5 years. And you know, the technology that we now have to develop these microbes, we've put hundreds of millions of dollars into ethnically targeted microbes. The Chinese have done the same thing. In fact, COVID-19, there's an argument that it is ethnically targeted. COVID-19 attacks certain races disproportionately. The races that are most immune to COVID-19
definitely, man, definitely. The races that are most immune to COVID-19 are
the structure of the most immune to COVID-19 are because of the structure of the genetic structure of genetic differentials among different races of the receptors of the ACE2 receptor. COVID-19 is targeted to attack Caucasians and black people. The people who are most immune are Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese.
Sick. Now, if you recall, I covered this at the time, and we made a lot of jokes about it. Like, have you ever met an Ashkenazi Jewish person in your life? Okay. And many other hilarious dunks on this fucking take, which is insane. COVID being a genetically engineered bioweapon that spares Ashkenazi Jews and the Chinese is is laughably anti-Semitic. It like reaches the level of like, holy shit, what the fuck are you saying, to, oh my God, you are the most insane anti-Semitic person, to, it's actually kind of funny how stupid you are. Now, I can't even fucking joke about it now for two reasons. One, because everyone is up my asshole to be like, oh, I got him, Hasan, you're anti-Semitic. I'm going to clip you out of context. But also because he's now in charge of the HHS. All of a sudden, things when he is not even within striking distance of any sort of government regulatory agency that you could laugh at are no longer a laughing matter. He was approved? Not yet, but I think the Trump administration is looking for a method to basically avoid the Senate's advice and consent responsibility and do mass recess appointments. Just get it done through the recess process. Like, I think that's what they're looking at right now. That's what they are looking to do. I mean, as a scientist, his take as a cardinal of truth is variables in protein isoforms are characteristic in different ethnicities. That said, we all know what he's trying to say here. Yeah, I think it's extra funny to say that like Ashkenazi Jews are not getting sick, and the assumption that it's also genetically engineered. Like, anyway. There's a lot of conflicting views between these cabinet members. Some people hate Jewish people. Some love Israel. Some of them are RFK Jr. No, there is one thing that unites them. First of all, everyone is pro-Israel. Don't be ridiculous now. Hate Jews, love Jews, are a Jew, is not a Jew, doesn't matter. They all love Israel. That's number one. Number two, they all hate Muslims. Okay? These are some very important uniting principles. And last but not least, and this is the most important aspect of the cabinet, they are all diehard loyalists to Donald Trump. Okay? Because there is a litany of different opinions in the cabinet. Okay? There are a lot of different opinions. Oh, they also hate China. That's another good one. Yes. Okay? Omni Valor, hate is wrong. Thanks, man. I'm Ashkenazi and I never got COVID. Is this statistically significant? Chatter, stop. They're going to use this. No. It's funnier to think that China made this virus while protecting themselves and Ashkenazi Jews. Yeah, I know. It is pretty funny. But then, once again, it's no longer funny and very scary when you remember that this guy is going to be in charge of shit. Specifically, medicine. You can't have a guy that's anti-medicine leading like things that revolve around medication. Anyway.
But we don't know whether it was deliberately targeted that or not, but there are papers out there that show the racial and ethnic differential impact to that. We do know that the Chinese are spending hundreds of millions of dollars developing ethnic bioweapons, and we are developing ethnic bioweapons. That's what all of those labs in the Ukraine are about.
Dude, he is so insane, dude. He is so fucking insane. God damn it, dude. What are we doing? What are we fucking doing, dog? Holy shit, we are so cooked. Oh my God, this country is in the pooper, okay? In the pooper, in the dumps. We are gonna kill ourselves. Holy fuck. Yo. Not good. RFK Jr., one of the most anti-science figures in the world, will oversee a vast bureaucracy with a discretionary budget of nearly $150 billion annually and a mandatory budget of nearly $2 trillion. HHS and its various agencies have profound regulatory powers that impact the healthcare and of not only hundreds of millions of Americans, but also the global healthcare community. The following agencies will be under his control as Secretary of Health and Human Services: Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services, Center for Disease Control and Prevention, Food and Drug Administration, National Institutes of Health, Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, Health Resources and Services Administration, Administration for Children and Families, Administration for Community Living, Indian Health Service, Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality. Oof. Leak. This is from the ethics report. Exclusive. Woman testified the House Ethics Committee that Gates had sex with her when she was 17. Sources. Gates has repeatedly denied the claim. More on what the ethics gathered during its probe, as it remains unclear if a report will ever be released. Oh shit. It's leaking. It's leaking.
Republican government.
It's leaking. I mean, it was inevitable. It was inevitable that it was going to leak. When RFK was running for president, he said he would stop research on drug development and infectious diseases for 8 years.
NIH, my first week, I'm going to call all the division heads and I'm going to call all the bureau chiefs. And I'm going to say, we're going to give drug development and infectious disease a break, a little bit of a break for about 8 years. And we're going to study chronic disease. And I'm going to go to NIH.
Oh my God. Maybe the U.S. will have a bunch of brain drain in the health services. I think one of the wildest parts about this is that this is America cucking itself with its like endless support for with its refusal to acknowledge any of the underlying material harm. We are bouldering towards like this fascist ANCAP dystopia, right? Anarcho-capitalist dystopia. And in that process, America's just like fucking itself over in the long term. Any country that has even a little bit of responsibility to governance is going to cook our shit, okay? Especially if you're a country that's like uniparty like China and they have like long-standing, you know, decades-long policies that they're implementing. Like these sorts of things are very important, very consequential for the future prospects of nations. America, on the other hand, is so short-term profit motive invested that they just can't see anything else. And we're basically actively destroying the country from within. This is why I used to always say like the Republican Party is the greatest threat, the greatest terroristic threat to America and perhaps the entire globe. Democrats are a close second. And that the likes of Osama bin Laden or any arch terrorist could never imagine the amount of damage that the Republican Party will do to the nation and also the world as a whole. And now we're there. We're literally there. It's so fucking wild.
With Elon Musk's.
Here is Trump's transition co-chair, Howard Lutnick, shocking, lying 2 weeks ago about RFK's potential job in the cabinet.
Ability to do Doge. He and I worked that out together and we structured that.
But would he actually come into the government? Because, I mean, he'd have to divest. It would be quite tricky.
He's not coming into the government. He can't sell SpaceX
He's not going to
and Tesla.
come in.
No. So what
person...
he's going to be adjacent to it. Think adjacent to it and writing software for the government and then giving the software to the government and helping the government. It's going to be amazing.
One other person who was on stage recently and was talking about coming into the administration is RFK Jr. He said that Trump has promised him control of the public health agencies, HHS, which would be also, CDC, FDA, USDA, all of these agencies. Is that true? Has Trump promised him basically the HHS job?
So I spent 2.5 hours this week with Bobby Kennedy Jr., and it was the most.
Dude, the idea of Elon Musk writing software is so laughable. These people are so deluded. Like, what software has Elon Musk ever written, dude? What are you talking about? Jesus Christ. I don't even know if these guys believe it. Maybe they do. I guess people believe that shit. They think like he's a actual fucking engineer. People that say PayPal don't know that all of the fucking coding that he did for what came before PayPal, or all the software engineering that he did before PayPal, was so bunk and so bad that they had to rewrite everything. And not only did they have to rewrite everything, like one of the primary functions of like online banking, it failed to do that. Okay, people could just like access your wallet. It was so bad that they had to push him out. It was so bad that they had to buy him out, dude.
Over a decade to see if there was in fact a link. Some of the studies actually showed that you were more likely to have autism if you were not vaccinated. But the point being that issues are raised, issues are studied, and yet they still keep coming up. And I think that's one of the big concerns. That's a metaphor, I think, for other things that people are concerned about with him.
Dr. Sanjay Gupta, thanks so much. Let's bring in our panel and talk about it. Jamie Gamgeld, let me start with you. What are you hearing from your sources about Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Being picked to be head of the Department of Health and Human Services?
Look, it's another example of you better take Donald Trump at his word.
Yeah, he's been saying this. It's not a surprise in terms of he
Correct.
likes Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Correct. And Senator John Thune, the new majority leader, has his hands full. He does not want to look at his phone again today. I mean, it was Matt Gaetz yesterday and now this. I think it's important, though, to now see how the Republicans in the Senate handled this. They cannot claim to have buyer's remorse. They were all in on this. One Republican source said to me, I'm not sure they will be able to reject all of them, meaning you have all of these controversial picks. It's not just one. And another senior Republican said to me, no one should be surprised. This is Donald Trump 2.0. It's a new kind of chaos, but Trump feels emboldened. He simply doesn't care about the rest of the party. It's all about him, and we're expected to be loyal. It's a one-way street.
Yeah, just to remind people, the head of the Department of Health and Human Services in the first term was a respected Republican member of the House, Dr. Tom Price, who was a physician.
Right.
Former Congressman Dent, I want to play something that RFK Jr., he was asked about his expertise. He is obviously, Kennedy, not a scientist. He is not a doctor. He does not have any degrees in this stuff. So Smirkanish, who has a show on CNN on Saturdays, asked him, well, what's your expertise? Take a listen.
Because I've spent a lot of time studying and writing books, right? And litigating these issues, I have a very detailed domain knowledge of these areas that make it very, very difficult to defend orthodoxies in a, because I know the areas so well. So yeah, it is almost, particularly on vaccines, it's almost impossible for anybody to interview me.
So he wrote a story for Salon.com and Rolling Stone magazine about vaccines back in 2003, 2004. Rolling Stone and Salon had to retract it. It's been disappeared from the Rolling Stone website because it was so false. Just because somebody writes something down doesn't make it true.
Well, it just seems like there's a war on expertise and science or experience. I mean, it's not just RFK Jr. I mean, this is crazy. I mean, the science of vaccines, I thought, was settled a long, long time ago, and we're having this debate. But, look at Matt Gaetz. What qualifies him to be head of the Justice Department?
At least he's a lawyer.
Okay.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying every day the standards get a little lower.
Hegseth at defense, again, good service, but this is no Richard Perry or Bob Gates or Jim Mattis. We expect people, with a lot of gravitas. And, Tulsi Gabbard, I'm a friend of Tulsi Gabbard's. But, there are going to be red flags about her relationships with Syria and Russia. And so it just seems like Trump is being awfully defiant. He doesn't care about expertise, or in this case, medical science. And so that's what's so troubling about this. And I suspect there are going to be a lot of pushback. And some of these nominations are going to have to be withdrawn.
I think in addition to the question of expertise, there's also the question of capability of running a large organization.
There's
the Pentagon, HHS, the Justice Department. These are large, sprawling organizations.
18 intelligence agencies.
Arguably too large and too sprawling.
Sure.
But these are people who have not had experience in running these sorts of large organizations, and you do have to wonder whether they can do that. And you also have to wonder about the Senate and their own self-qualifications, because if you are not exercising your constitutional duty to provide advice and consent here, what is the point of your being in office?
All right, everyone stick around. We've got a lot more to talk about. We're going to have much more reaction to the breaking news. A source telling CNN that Trump is on the verge of officially nominating.
We're so fucking cooked. He did it. He did it. Do you think it's strategic? Like, nominate a bunch of crazies just to make a few getting through seem like a compromise? Fuck no, dude. That's not... Dude, the problem is you think these guys are doing 4D chess. This is something that a lot of people did back in the day as well. A lot of Trump supporters would do that. They'd be like, oh, when he wrote Covfefe, he was actually doing 5D chess. And the media also kind of went along with it as well. No, what you see is what you get. They're not playing chess. They're playing checkers, okay? It's a direct through line. There is no convoluted, complicated reasoning for why they're doing this, okay? He does not give a shit. I can't begin to explain this to you. He does not give a shit. These guys do not care. Like, he does not care. He does not want people that will defy him in any agency, okay? That's it. They want to pretend him and his followers are not extraordinarily incompetent. Is RFK Jr. a Soviet sleeper agent that just woke up 40 years too late? I wish. Like, there is no secret reasoning behind this. Okay, people are saying like, oh, well, maybe Matt Gaetz is a trial balloon. It's like, no, it's not. He just wants a person that is easily blackmailed and loyal to him in that position. And I'm willing to bet that the more shit comes out about Matt Gaetz, the more they'll push for it. I would be very surprised if like the media pressure and the public pressure on Matt Gaetz actually causes them to stand down. Because for Trump, it's about the backlash is important, okay? It's about overcoming said backlash to show that he can do it. Okay? Do you understand? There is no fucking 5D chess happening here. Oh yeah, I saw this. This was a fantastic tweet. Exactly. Cognitive behavioral therapy and Jory are just cut off in traffic. Think positively. He's probably in a rush for a reason. Maybe he's late for a job interview. Maybe his wife is giving birth. Me, I'm the king of the highway. That's it. So like when Ezra Klein says the Gaetz nomination is so off the wall that I half believe he's sacrificial, so Senate Republicans will give an easier time confirming all the other questionable picks, having shown their independence by icing Gaetz. No. There is no convoluted, complicated reason. What you see is what you get, okay? That's precisely what it is. I don't even think they give a shit. I don't even think they care about, like, like, oh, what will we do? What if people won't allow us to put Matt Gaetz into that position. It's like, no, it's more so about like Trump pushing through regardless. Okay. This is a man who already was president for 4 years. This is a man who tried to overturn the Democratic elections results in 2020. Okay. He knows what not to do. And he's vindictive. He's malicious. He's narcissistic. He knows not to repeat the same mistakes. No more establishment Republicans. No more playing ball. You force them to do your bidding. Okay? The cruelty is the purpose. The insanity is the purpose. Ultimately, loyalty above all else. Because if you have people who want to defend institutions or care about the integrity of certain things, and they do not have loyalty above all else, those people, like they did, will become naysayers, okay? And you don't want that. That's the whole point. He doesn't want a leaky faucet like he had last time around, where members of his cabinet and people were constantly fucking chirping to the media and undermining the things that he wanted to do, okay? That's why the general like appointment board is also significant for him. He wants to eliminate any kind of potential disloyalty. And in many instances, if you want to fuck up the country, yeah, you're going to have people who are still invested in protecting some of these institutions. If you care about the military, you're going to be like, oh, fuck that. I'm not doing that. That's crazy. I'm going to actually go to the media and I'm going to talk about how you're fucking crazy. He doesn't want that. So competence in that situation is most likely playing... competence in that situation is actually going to undermine your chances of becoming appointed. Okay? Because if you're a competent person, if you're a halfway competent person, like even Marco Rubio, as a matter of fact, in my opinion, is on shaky ground, right? On the important stuff, he's still appointing people that are like somewhat seen as like normal figures, like Marco Rubio, right? But even then, Marco Rubio has demonstrated tremendous loyalty to him. Why are Republicans so surprised? Now Trump has been saying he's going to do this the whole campaign. What? I don't think Republicans are surprised. They're elated. They're excited. They're talking about how sick this shit is. All right, let's hear what the Democrat leadership says about it.
Above. President-elect Trump has also nominated one of your former colleagues, I guess, now that he's resigned, former Congressman Matt Gaetz of Florida, to be U.S. Attorney General. I know that there are top Democrats in the Senate, on the Senate Judiciary Committee, calling for the House Ethics Committee to release its findings in its investigation into Matt Gaetz. Take a listen.
And timing of Mr. Gaetz' resignation from the House raises serious questions about the contents of the House Ethics Committee report. We cannot allow this valuable information from a bipartisan investigation to be hidden from the American people.
I am going to demand release of the Ethics Committee report, all of its findings and recommendations.
Do you think the House Ethics Committee should release the report on Gaetz, even though he's no longer a member of Congress, so it's no longer their jurisdiction, I suppose?
Well, the House Ethics Committee has traditionally operated in a bipartisan fashion. You know, I have great amount of trust and respect in the top Democrat on that committee, Representative Susan Wild. Haven't had an opportunity to have a conversation with her.
I don't believe the House Ethics Committee is operating with any sort of integrity. I do, however, think the House Ethics Committee is operating with anger and distrust towards Matt Gaetz. So for that reason, I do think that this report will be released, or at the very least leaked, because they don't like Matt Gaetz. That's the thing. They do not have any sort of like serious integrity. These are politicians. They don't give a fuck about anything. but they do have personal petty vendettas. And a lot of these people hate Matt Gaetz. So I am relying, once again, on the pure resentment, the spite that they feel, and not necessarily their interest in like doing the right thing. Okay.
Director of National Intelligence, Matt Gaetz is Attorney General, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. at HHS, Fox News co-host and decorated veteran Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon. Do you expect that they're all going to be confirmed?
Well, I certainly would be surprised if that in fact was the case based on some of the reaction from some of the moderate Republican senators to several of these selections. But at the end of the day, what's going to be most important is that both the House and the Senate commit to functioning as a separate and co-equal branch of government, and that we elevate the principle of being a check and balance on a potentially out-of-control executive branch. That is the vision of James Madison and the framers of the Constitution as to what we should be doing in the House and in the Senate. And House Democrats are committed to just solving the problems that the American people want us to solve, which first and foremost relates to lowering costs and making sure that we can help everyday Americans who are struggling to live paycheck to paycheck get ahead and not simply get by. And all of this that we're seeing over the last few days seems to me to be a distraction from the mission that all of us should be focused on in the context of.
What is he? Who's he talking to? How are you so much younger than Nancy Pelosi, but you sound exactly like her?
Hardworking American taxpayers.
Democrats failed to win back the House majority. Yesterday in a closed-door meeting with the House caucus, you owned the loss. You told members the buck stops with me. Plenty of Democrats are already out there saying that what really...
These guys are they like stuck? Did they all go into a coma in 2016? Like, is that what happened? Did they just go, do they go into a vat and they're just like permanently isolated from everything that happened in the past 8 years? It's crazy. They're speaking to a reality that does not exist.
The House Republicans,
Wake the
we
fuck
outworked
up.
the House Republicans. We outraised the House Republicans, but we've fallen a few seats short in terms of getting to the 218 that we need to reclaim the majority. And as a leader, it's important to take accountability for that fact and to figure out the path forward in terms of what we need to do better, what we've done right. And
I'm going to tell you this. I talked to senior aides, staffers, okay, in that are working with active politicians in the Democratic Party right now, and the things that I hear from them are alarming. Okay, the things that I hear from them are alarming. They are saying that these guys are completely checked out and don't recognize the issues at hand.
Out of 31 who will return to the United States Congress, who won tough races, notwithstanding an adverse national environment. We're proud of the fact that we held 4 out of the 5 most competitive open seats. No one thought that that was possible, particularly.
Have you seen the purple tie conspiracy? What? That they're all wearing purple ties to be like, we're going to do bipartisanship? Is that why?
Defeated House Democratic incumbents. And so House Democrats are going to be able to evaluate where we are and where we need to go.
Rick Scott?
And I look forward to leading that effort.
Rick Scott backs Lara Trump for Marco Rubio's Senate seat. Okay, at least it's not Laura Loomer. Chat. I can't believe I'm saying this. At least it's not Laura Loomer. Could be worse. You know what I mean?
The gaslighting about President Biden's fitness and acuity, it's not like climate, like actual climate that you actually have no control over. You and Democrats had control over some of this.
But what we've seen all across the world in every single advanced economy is a post-pandemic level of inflation that hit working class people hard. That's the reality of what the United States of America has confronted, what Western European democracies have confronted, and what advanced economies all across the world have confronted. And that related specifically to the shutdown of the economy as a result of a once-in-a-century pandemic, and when demand came roaring back, when the economy was reopened all across the world, the supply chain was lacking. That triggered levels of inflation that were unacceptable. And we've got to do a better job, of course, of working hard to lower food prices, lower gas prices, lower housing prices. And that's something that we're going to lean into. And the American people correctly have said they want that issue addressed decisively. We're going to have to ask the question, are some of these extreme picks that have been presented into the public domain for the future cabinet of the next administration consistent with what the American people have suggested they want to see tackled in the strongest possible way? We will do that as House Democrats. We're hopeful that as we move forward, we'll have an administration willing to partner with us as well.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, Democrat of New York. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Jake.
CNN's Maniraju is also on Capitol Hill. What he's hearing about the selection of RFK Jr. for the Department of Health and Human Services, plus reaction to other controversial administration picks by President-elect Trump. We're going to squeeze in a quick break. We'll be right back.
Let's get back to this RFK Jr. and the way that Trump's transition co-chair is talking about him.
Most extraordinary thing, because let's face it, we've all heard on the news all sorts of sort of snarky comments about him. And I said, so tell me, how's it going to go? And he said, why don't you just listen to me explain things? And what he explained was when he was born, we had 3 vaccines, and autism was 1 in 10,000. Now a baby's born with 76 vaccines because in 1986, they waived product liability for vaccines. And here's the best one. They started paying the people at the NIH, right? They pay them a piece of the money for the vaccine companies. Wait a minute, let me finish. And so all of these vaccines came out without product liability. So what happened now? Autism is 1 in 34.
Okay,
amazing.
Neither of us are doctors. Vaccines are safe. RFK, I mean,
Why do you think vaccines are safe? There's no product liability anymore. They're not proven.
Kids get them and they're fine.
Why do you think they're fine?
But because they're proven scientifically to be so.
How about this? There was 1 in 10,000 people with autism. We all know so many more people with autism than had it when we were young. Oh, come on.
Okay,
I mean, his point is really interesting.
But
so here's what he
vaccines don't cause autism, which is what RFK pushes, which is why people are concerned that he could get a job like HHS. And I don't even think
he's not getting a job for HHS. What he's trying to do, here's what he wants to do. He said, I want data. I just want data because they block the data.
But the data's out there.
Wait, it's not.
They don't block it. You can look at it. It's online.
He wants the data so he can say, these things are unsafe. He says, if you give me the data, all I want is the data, and I'll take on the data and show that it's not safe. And then if you pull the product liability, the companies will yank these vaccines right off of the market. So that's his point. He's not trying to do anything but things that made sense. And look,
this is not where I thought this was going, because
Jared Polis just endorsed RFK. What? There is no fucking way. I'm excited about the news that President-elect will appoint Robert Kennedy. This is a meme, right? No, it's not. It's not a meme. It's a meme that Jared Polis is the governor of Colorado. Before you mock him or disagree, I want to share with you some quotes that if he follows through, show why I'm excited. Level the playing field for Americans internationally on drug costs. Cap drug prices so companies can't charge Americans substantially more than Europeans pay. Yes. Colorado currently has an application just sitting at the FDA for us to import low-cost prescription drugs from Canada, and we just need their approval. In some categories, there are entire departments. Dude, thinking that these guys are going to actually act out these populist desires that are genuinely helpful and not the bad shit is so delusional. I don't know how to begin to explain this to you. It's like thinking Matt Gaetz is going to be a fucking trust buster, dog. Wake up. Okay? Wake up. That's not the point. That's never the point. What are you guys talking about, man? No, they're not going to do any of the good shit. They're only going to do the bad shit. That's the whole point of the bad shit. We got to get off pesticide intensive agriculture. Yes, we have tried unsuccessfully to better protect people from pollinators from harmful pesticides here in Colorado, and we need all the help we can get, take on big chemical companies and improve human health and the environment. Another instance of perfectly acceptable Islamophobia.
Go to Gaza.
Israel supporters tell vulgar anti-Semite Ilhan Omar to go to Gaza, and she responds, "Fuck you." Not sure why she's so offended. It really is where she should be. She would be most useful. Oh God, fucking gross monsters, dude.
Go to Gaza. Go to Gaza, sweetheart. Go to Gaza. Go to Gaza. Go to Gaza, sweetheart. Go to Gaza.
God, these people are fucking such gross pieces of shit, dude. Holy fuck. If we set the bar of expectations super high for this admin and they fail to meet it, do you think that will cause a swing back the other way? Might be what Pose is doing. No, that's not what he's doing. He's a libertarian r/neoliberal moderator, dude. He's just Reddit. He's Mr. Reddit. I'm not going to say what I want to say. Yeah, don't. Oh my God. Nobody is playing fucking 7-dimensional chess. Wake up, chatters. What you see is what you get. Okay? You have to understand. What you see is what you get. Donald Trump is not playing this like long con. Okay? He's very clearly going, I don't give a fuck if these people blow up these regulatory agencies. I actually am putting them there to do that exact same thing. Okay? And we will have a lot of people who are aligned with us that will make a shit ton of money. I don't even want to know who the Department of Education secretary is going to be. Oh my God. I don't even want to know. It's going to be Marjorie Taylor Greene, dude. It's going to be fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene or like, oh my God, it's going to be MTG. Kid Rock. No, it won't be Lobo. I don't think. I don't know. Laura Loomer for press secretary. Oh. The craziest part about this is that the Nelk boys are fucking Canadian. So if shit blows up, they could just like escape to Canada. You know what I mean? They're going to put Christopher Rufo in charge of the Department of Education. I'm going to die. People are saying, oh, he's going to abolish the Department of Education. Yeah, but before he does it, he's going to put someone in the interim period to implode it from within. Dennis Prager, libs of TikTok, Chaya Rychik for Department of Education. Oh my Lord, it is so bad.
Well, I spent 2.5 hours with
RFK
him, so.
Jr. is a vaccine skeptic. He pushes lies about vaccines. And I don't even think if
Why do
Republicans...
you think he pushes lies? Why you said,
I don't know why
you
he
said
pushes
I'm not a
them.
scientist and you aren't. So
but
he just wants...
Yeah, but scientists say that. That's the reason. Scientists are the ones who are saying that. What do you mean? Neither of us are scientists. Yeah, exactly, which is why I listen to the scientists.
say he pushes lies.
Oh,
here's
but
my
scientists
question
were
on this.
paid to say he pushes lies. I mean, let's give him the data. I think it'd be pretty cool to give him the data. Let's see what he comes up with.
Okay.
I think it's pretty fun.
He pushed conspiracies about COVID. He had to apologize for tying vaccine questions to what happened in Germany during the Holocaust.
I promise you, I have
so I
not
don't
looked
think
at
he's
all
the
the
leading
things he
voice
said.
that anyone's looking at
No, but
for
here,
on
he
health.
said Roundup. Remember Roundup?
But you're
and
saying he would
Monsanto?
not be in
He went
charge of
after that.
HHS.
No, of course not.
Okay, so he's not going to be
He's
like
not
an
going to be
acting...
the secretary. No,
Well, he couldn't
that's
get
not what he
confirmed,
wants
but would
to
he be
do.
in an acting position
That's
or
not what he
anything like
wants to
that?
do. I just told you what he wants. He wants to help get data.
You're saying he
so
wants
can
access to
prove
data,
things.
but that
he
would
just
be...
wants data, and he wants to prove things are wrong. And he says, if I can't prove they're wrong, that's fine. But if I can save millions of Americans' lives and make their lives better. And I think that's pretty cool.
I'm not sure
so
any
he's
data...
just trying to do it.
I don't...
Jesus Christ. How is he going to prove they are wrong with a super functional brain? Dude, it's over. The brain worm is officially going to control. Dude, that's the craziest part is that the brain worm won, okay? The long con is that the brain worm won. Now it gets to control the HHS. That's crazy. In Nazi Germany, it was meth. I wonder what these guys' like choice of drugs is that's like fucking up their brain. I guess lead poisoning. Be on the lookout for more of that, by the way. RFK is going to come out and be like, lead actually is very good for the brain. Many people are saying that lead poisoning is not even poisoning. It's more lead welcoming. We must be more welcoming of the lead, like I am welcoming of the worm that has taken over my brain. Yeah. Lead strengthening. Everybody knows that immunocomprophalocytes, a word I did not just make up at this spot, on the spot at this moment, but a real word from my many years of studying this, are really important to maintain high lead levels in your body. Elon is conducting international diplomacy with Iran has never been more Jover. It is so, yeah, it's. Check out France versus Israel soccer videos. It's happening again, I think. Yeah, that's not shocking to me at all. You are so toxic. He just wants what's best for us worms. I mean, humans. Yeah. Excuse me. I am not the brain worm controlling this human flesh machine. I am a human being. I'm sentient and certainly not a worm. And I think it's great. Ay, ay, ay. one thing to always remember is that none of the good things that they say they're going to do, because good things require you to tackle corporate interests, are going to happen. Okay? They're not. Because these guys are never going to tackle corporate interests. So when they talk about I don't know, like blowing up the FDA because there's too many harmful chemicals in our food, what they're actually advocating for is more deregulation, not more regulation. They will point to Europe and many of our OECD counterparts to talk about what must be done, not realizing that those guys actually at least have some semblance of real governance. Okay? They don't want to do the shit that they have in Europe. They don't want to do that at all. What they'll do instead is probably tackle the harmful chemicals in the water that are turning the children gay, which is, again, lo and behold, more deregulation. Democratic presidential candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has a history of repeatedly sharing unfounded conspiracies that man-made chemicals in the environment could be making children gay or transgender and causing feminization of boys and masculinization of girls. How the fuck does that work? How is it that it's making, is it estrogen or is it testosterone? How is it making the women more manly and the men more feminine? It's magic. All the trans people in the chat are about to be like, damn, I've been missing out. I had DIY HRT in the water supply this whole fucking time. I'm about to go with one of those goddamn straws into a lake and just start sucking. Didn't realize I could get it for fucking free, dude. Experts dispute the claims from Kennedy, an environmental lawyer and anti-vaccine activist, and told CNN's K-File his theories that sexual identification and gender confusion among children could be from their exposure to endocrine disruptors found in the environment are completely unfounded. I just want to pursue just one question on these. You know, the other endocrine disruptors, because our children know now, you know, we're seeing these impacts that people are suspect are very different in ages past about sexual identification among children and sexual confusion and gender confusion. Kennedy said on his podcast in June last year, these kinds of issues are very, very controversial today. Endocrine disruptors are chemicals that interfere with the body's hormones and endocrine system, according to the EPA. Such chemicals are commonly found in pesticides and plastic and can affect reproductive functions and increase risk of obesity. Kennedy, on multiple occasions, misconstrued endocrine disruptors' studied ability to cause some male frogs to become female and produce viable eggs, suggesting that these chemicals could have similar effects on children and change their sexuality. By the way, when people talk about, you know, they're turning the freaking frogs gay. Like, that's the one thing that, like, Alex Jones wasn't wrong on, because it does actually turn the fucking frogs gay. Not even gay, but trans. They're transing the frogs. The difference, however, is that humans and frogs, and this might come as a shock to all the Disney adults in the chat, are different. Okay? Very different. Very different biology. Okay? I know. Sorry, you can't just like kiss a frog and then turn it into a human, or piss off a witch and then they'll turn you into a frog. It doesn't work that way. Oh. Anyway. CNN spoke to multiple experts who said there's no link between endocrine disruptors and children's gender and sexuality. While sex in frogs is determined by environmental factors such as temperature and chemicals, Dr. Andrea Gore, professor of pharmacology and toxicology at University of Texas Austin, said the sex of humans is determined at the moment of conception and cannot later be altered by endocrine disrupting chemicals. The basis claimed that chemicals, particularly in tap water, could turn people gay has gained popularity with conspiracy theorists over the years, most memorably with conservative radio Alex Jones, host Alex Jones, who said chemicals in the water were turning the freaking frogs gay. Mr. Kennedy's remarks are being mischaracterized. He's not claiming that endocrine disruptors are the only or the main cause of gender dysphoria, Kennedy campaign spokesperson said on a statement to CNN. He's merely suggesting that given copious research on the effects of on other vertebrates, this possibility deserves further research. I love whenever they say that, oh, this needs more. I'm simply asking questions. I'm simply implying it under the guise of simply asking questions. And the notion that is false here is that there isn't additional fucking research being conducted into the matter. And yes, of course there is. And yes, PFAS, forever chemicals like plastic, microplastics and shit do actually harm or have long-lasting consequences potentially in humans, okay? It's true. The problem is they're acting like there isn't any fucking research on this matter whatsoever. They're convoluting a bunch of different things. They're tacking them on together, okay? They're slamming them together. And then claiming that it's transing the fucking youth. CNN's K-File reviewed dozens of appearances from Kennedy, both on his podcast and in other media in recent years, where he occasionally discussed topic. Kennedy's been polling around 19% among Democratic voters in his bid to challenge President Joe Biden for the Democratic nomination. Kennedy made the comments, but this is an older K-File piece that was updated this morning, but it was from July 13th, 2023. Kennedy made comments multiple times between March 2022 and June 2023. If you expose frogs to atrazine, male frogs, it changes their sex, and they can actually bear young. They can lay eggs, fertile eggs, like the eggs that the worm in my brain laid, Kennedy said in the June 2022 episode of his podcast. And so the capacity for these chemicals that are just raining down on our children right now to induce these very profound sexual changes in them is something we need to be thinking about as a society. Atrazine, one of the most common herbicides, is an endocrine disruptor, though Gore said there is no link between these chemicals and gender sexuality in humans. I don't think people should be making statements about the relationship between environmental chemicals and changes in sexuality when there's zero evidence, she said. A study Kennedy discussed on multiple podcast episodes exposed male African clawed frogs to atrazine in a lab, castrating 75% of male frogs and turning 1 in 10 males into females. On an episode of Jordan Peterson's podcast, a video which was removed from YouTube, Kennedy said the children are swimming through a soup of toxic chemicals. He further discussed how atrazine can chemically castrate and forcibly feminize frogs, saying, if it's doing that to the frogs, there's a lot of other evidence that it's doing to human beings as well. Kennedy did not offer any proof of similar changes happening in human beings. Dr. Linda Kahn, assistant professor in the departments of pediatrics and population health at New York University, added that comparing frogs to humans is an apples and oranges thing. It is not appropriate. What does she know? What the fuck does Dr. Linda Kahn, assistant professor in the departments of pediatrics and population health at New York University, know about the differences between frogs and human beings? Yeah. He's about to be, this man is about to be like, yeah, that's right. We've studied the biodiversity and gender traits of the seahorse, and it seems that if a seahorse is exposed to watching public broadcast, like Arthur on PBS, especially the gay episode, they turn trans as well. It's like, no, that's just a thing that they can do, man. Yeah. People literally wanted eggs to be cheaper, and they're going to get Attorney General Humpert plus the return of polio. Yeah. Good stuff. Wonderful stuff overall. I'm a pharmaceutical regulatory policy specialist. The FDA, industry, and patient orgs have been combing through the implications of RFK. So many people will lose their jobs. So many people will die. It only takes a brief diversion from the regulatory framework for millions to die or fall ill quickly. I have been sobbing daily since election night. No one will listen. Oof. Hasan quoting CNN as gospel while not actually looking at research. Par for the course. I'm not saying it goes this far, but if you think chemicals directly affect health and brain, if you don't think chemicals directly affect health and brain, you are crazy. We do need some studies on this to see how far it goes. Brother, I don't think you have the mental capacity to understand that not only do I agree with that statement, okay, that yes, of course, chemicals directly affect people's health. What the fuck are you talking about? I'm also taking it one step further and telling you that we are consistently studying the harmful impact of chemicals, including but not limited to PFAS. Now, the issue with that, okay, the issue with that is that while on the one hand, the regulatory agencies do play fast and loose and are a part of the revolving door between corporate oligopolies and the regulatory agencies, okay, there are still a lot of publicly funded researchers who are looking into this matter. It's like to claim that no one is looking into it is fucking stupid. You're just simply oblivious to that. This CNN piece is straight up asking the researchers who have looked into it. That's what journalism is. Okay, while CNN might drop the ball on many issues, right? And I talk about it quite frequently. They're doing journalism here. K-File is a great journalist, and he's doing journalism. Okay, this is what you do. The reason why I use the seahorse example is because the way that seahorses are is very different than the way human beings are. Their immune systems are different. Their biology is entirely different. They have the capacity in the wild, in the absence of any sort of female seahorses, can actually turn female, like they can give birth. Can human beings do that? No. Okay. Shut the fuck up. So comparing it to frogs, like comparing human biology to frogs is ridiculous. Like, are there animals out there? You're confusing clownfish and seahorses? I think seahorses can do that as well, and so can clownfish. This is not a criticism, and I hope you don't take it with an open mind. Is there any reason why you don't do the liberal pearl clutching similar to the hummus tier list, but regarding that terrorist or Twitch streamer game and everyone on Twitch who played it and promoted it, why should they not get banned for extreme racism and Islamophobia? Because I live in the fucking real world, and I know that nobody gives a shit about Islamophobia, which was my point originally. Okay? You can jump through a million different hoops to be like, wow, people don't like Sabra hummus and they're using that as a placeholder. It's like saying white people put fucking raisins in potato salad. That is the equivalent, okay? To make it seem like it's actually deeply anti-Semitic. But nobody gives a shit if you're straight up like, yeah, all of these Arab Muslim, content creators who are pro-Palestine are all terrorists, actually. Look at how terroristic they are. Let's put a bunch of their quotes out of context side by side with Osama bin Laden to invoke the feeling in your mind that all of these scary Arab and Muslim sounding names are just like the other scary Arab and Muslims. That's it. Knowing full well that it does not fucking matter. I can't even, there's not really much I can do about that situation. I can't just like magically change people's minds, okay? It is what it is. It is the unfortunate reality of the systems that we live under, okay? I'd go fucking crazy if I tried to, like, every single day, over and over again, talk about how much unrestrained Islamophobia is seen as normal and permissible. Seahorses don't turn female. The eggs get sucked out of the female through a tube with sperm on the inside, and fertilized eggs are carried inside the male. Okay, my bad. The problem has metastasized regarding the Houthis. Libs are repeating sectarian pro-Saudi propaganda. They were doing that already. What do you mean? It has that. It's just, dude. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. Okay. To be fair, atrazine is harmful and has been shown scientifically to affect sex hormones of frogs, vertebrates, which we also are. Even though there are obvious differences, there are also similarities, and there's not a lot of research on atrazine's effect on humans. I don't think it's a bad idea for more research on this topic. I work in a lab, by the way. My professor was the leading researcher on atrazine. I'm not anti-research, chatters. I am pro-research, especially on harmful substances. Okay? And there is currently research being conducted regardless. The worst part about this process is that whenever research on this shit is conducted, okay? Whenever research on this stuff is conducted, oftentimes it takes a while for the regulatory agencies to implement it, or usually if it harms capitalist corporations' underlying profit motives, it never gets implemented at all. That's the problem, and that's what I'm trying to explain to you. The issue I have with RFK is the same thing that people did, and I use as an example when talking to Bradley Martin and other people. They will refuse to look at a metric ton of shit that like Andrew Tate does and point to the one good thing that he says to be like, oh, what he's just preaching is work out, just work out every day. And it's like, dude, there are a million other people that do that as well. That's not the reason why you're pointing to Andrew Tate. And it's the same shit with RFK Jr. There are a million people who aren't fucking quacks who are anti-medicine, anti-science. That I'm not sick. I just swallowed my spit. Okay, calm down. There are a million people out there, researchers, that aren't fucking anti-medicine or anti-science in general, that aren't weirdo psychopaths, okay, who are invested in this research. Problem is the one guy who says he wants to tackle this issue is anti-medicine. And not only that, but in the sea of like good takes that he has, like we need to be more healthy, we need to eat healthier food, which I agree with, his goals are to basically destroy these regulatory agencies instead of ensuring that there is no corruption in these regulatory agencies. That's the problem. Okay? It's the same neoliberalism we saw with Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan era politics was like, oh, I'm pro-working class. How are we going to do that? Trickling down Reaganomics, okay? We are going to abolish the defense that labor has, the power that labor unions have. We're going to destroy that. And then you're going to, and then the rich are going to get tax cuts. And in that process, you are going to magically feel wealthier down the line. You're going to get wealthy. You're going to get what's yours, okay? Yes, the thing that they point to is not going to be bad. Of course, they're marketing their position. Why the fuck would they say, yeah, I want to blow up the regulatory agencies so your food supply is poisoned, so your water is even more contaminated, okay? They're not going to say that. Why the fuck would they say that? They have to put a nice face on it. CNN's K-File reviewed dozens of appearances from Kennedy, both on his podcast and other media recent years, where he occasionally discussed the topic. Kennedy's been polling around 19%. Kennedy made the comments multiple times between March 2022 and June 2023. If you expose frogs to atrazine, male frogs, they're saying they're so the capacity of these chemicals are raining down our children. Oh, wait, we saw all of that already. Kennedy also said in a 2022 episode of his podcast that the Midwest's entire water supply is coated with atrazine, and boys and girls in these areas have delayed puberty. But later he contradicted himself in March in an episode of his podcast when he said endocrine disruptors are causing early menstrual cycles in girls. Khan said, while general studies on endocrine disruptors have shown effects on puberty, no study has proven if atrazine, the chemical Kennedy often cites, specifically affects puberty in humans. Genuinely curious what changed Polis's posture towards RFK Jr. He said RFK Jr. would bring back measles and bring back polio less than 3 months ago. Not sure how bringing back measles and bringing back polio makes anyone more healthy. I'm excited by the news. The 5 is live.
Junior, that's a very important position because you don't get school lunches from Health and Human Services.
Right.
That's all done through USDA, has a lot to do with the things that he cares about.
Oh.
So finding out who rounds out that package to me is what I'm waiting for.
Wow. Well, those are a lot of words from someone who said, we'll see.
We'll see.
Yeah. All right, Jesse Tulsi, a person who was put on a list and tailed by Intel services through the airport, is now in charge of all the people that were following her. Is that a course correction or a reckoning?
I love it. It's just like being at a party all week and all your best friends keep coming in. Tulsi! Vivek, good to see you. It's crazy. I can't wait to see who comes through the door tomorrow. Maybe it will be Dana Perino. You never know.
No,
You're keeping your options open, Dana. You said we'll see.
I said only ambassador to Tanzania.
Okay, we'll take that as a yes. Okay. Yeah, Tulsi, I like her because she's cynical. And that's what you need is someone that's managing the intel, because let's be honest, Greg, the intel people have not been great over the last, 80 years. We missed the missiles going into Cuba. We missed the collapse of the Soviet Union. Reagan got burned. Bush got burned. It hasn't been great. They've been in bed with Fauci. The last thing they did was that they saw that Russia was building up on Ukraine's border. That's good. So she'll do a great job. And Pete, I love. Because he's going to root out the DEI and the CRT.
Yes.
And he's also going to make sure all of these weapons systems aren't just being built by members of Congress and defense contractors, because we need to invest in things that can win wars, not make people rich. I love RFK Jr. in this position because, Greg, we should be the healthiest country in the world, but we're the sickest country in the world. Why is America the sickest country? It shouldn't be like that. We should have the freshest food, the freshest water, and people should be excited about this. You have people right now, I think 30% of teens are pre-diabetic. Our life expectancy is like 6 years less than Europe, because right now they poison you with the food and then they just feed you pills to cure you, and we just have to root out that corruption. I'm looking forward to people losing weight. If anybody's been at the beach recently, it's not a good look. Never used to be like this, and it's because of what they're doing to the food.
Should his first target be Trump and get Trump to let go of the Big Macs?
If
or the
Trump can do it, we all can do it.
Exactly. He should be his first project, Donald Trump. So, Judge, Jesse brings up Pete, we good friends of ours. That can't make China and Russia happy because they bank on us using DEI to further cripple our military.
Well,
Yeah, no, that's what China and Russia are banking on.
And the Biden went to the UN. I think it was Anthony Blinken. He went to the UN and he said, we need to know how actually racist we are, the United States. And then we have our first meeting with China. And you remember China made all these comments like, you people are racist and you want to criticize us for the Uyghurs or whatever. It's kind of interesting. I think that the selection of Pete is phenomenal, not just because I know him, but because he is an individual who is so deep-rooted in his beliefs. There is no one who's going to shake him off the train that he's on. It's about, America first. It's about freedom, and it's about making sure that the American people are protected. And I think that all of these people, and I'm like, Jesse, I'm so excited every day. I just heard RFK. I'm dancing upstairs. The truth is that, we are so sick, and there is so much food that we eat in this country that we give to our children in terms of cereal that they don't allow in Europe. Why is it that they don't allow this stuff in Europe? So some of the coloring that they use in candy and some of the garbage in cereal? Because of corruption, because of the familial relationship that some of these people in Congress have with the lobbyists. So, I am absolutely thrilled. The CDC, the FDA, the NIH, especially after what we went through with Fauci. And I just want to say one more thing. When it comes to all of these people, they're going to blow things up. And Matt Gaetz is another one who's going to blow up the Department of Justice, where the stench is so deep, they have no choice but to blow it up.
Richard, how's your week been?
That's a great question after all of these comments.
Well, I want to ask you, RFK was once a Dem. He might still be a Democrat for all I know. Is this more about a party that became so focused on one thing, which I would say is identity politics, you might disagree, that they no longer had any room for a member of an iconic Democratic family? When you lose a Kennedy, that's a statement.
I think there's a couple of things to RFK. I think one, you want somebody at HHS, no matter the political party, that's actually experienced in public health, whether they agree or disagree. I do think Judge is right. There's a lot of things in our food that we should be focused on. I'm not sure if RFK is the person to do it because I don't know what his public health qualifications quite are. And I think the role at HHS is very important to have somebody who knows all the agencies, all the things that happen. And I think, yes, you can go and you can say you want reforms, but you also have to be somebody who knows how the government functions. And that's the same way I feel about the appointment of Attorney General, or the potential Attorney General, I will see what the Senate does, of Matt Gaetz, right? Like, he's somebody who has been chaotic in the House of Representatives. Most folks in his caucus don't like him, including the former Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, who he ousted, right? So is this the person that you want leading your Justice Department in a moment when, yes, you want to make reforms, yes, you want to make it better, but the problem with Matt Gaetz is he's an eyesore for the United States Congress, which makes him almost likely not to get confirmed.
Well,
we'll see.
I don't know if I don't know. I would say the desire to be popular should not enter the picture. It's, if you're going to be in Congress, you should make some adversaries.
Best friends party, then maybe you should be popular, right? And that's part of the problem in the House.
I don't know. I made it this far being unpopular.
I don't think we were invited to the party, Greg.
Yes.
Okay.
Up next, liberals are finally catching on to what we've been telling them for years. Their policies on the border and crime are crap.
Why do they only talk like we're the only country in the world? We're more unhealthy, so why not just look at what Japan or Norway does, for example? Doesn't seem that hard. Excuse me, no other country exists until we can use that for some fucking racist purpose. You know what I mean? Americans forget that other countries exist whenever they're doing things that are objectively better than ours. Like, ask an American about healthcare, they're gonna be like, "Oh, I don't know about that. This socialism healthcare shit," and it's like, okay, well, there are plenty of countries that have actually developed socialized medicine structures, and they are quite successful. As a matter of fact, countries that are infinitely poorer than ours, okay. So why the fuck can't we do it? It's like, those countries don't exist. They never think about it. ADL going after Steam. Yeah, finally, they're back to like doing something fucking good. Jesus Christ. ADL report finds Steam is rife with racist posts and images. Yeah, like the thing is, like, they're not wrong, okay? There is like real anti-Semitism out there, okay? This is one of those instances. I'm just shocked that you know, they weren't so fucking busy with they weren't so goddamn busy with Twitch podcasters and shit that, you know, they have been able to identify real existing anti-Semitism again. Yeah, why not do Twitter? Why not do Twitter next, ADL? Yeah, I wonder if what Asmongold's community will feel about this. Japan and Poland might be maybe first world countries, but we are a zero world country, a backwards country. Like those would understand the needs to consistently kill off our people on the planet. Yeah, you're wrong, Hasan. Other countries don't exist until they find out they got oil and can blame it on terrorism. Yeah. Ay, ay, ay. I saw this though. I saw this report. My big question is, why are conservatives pushing to ban and regulate food stuff, but in the same breath want to abolish unions, take away regulations? My thing is, I don't think they're gonna do that. I don't think I'd be shocked to see any conservative in this day and age, especially, okay, any conservative legitimately tackling American corporate profit motives. Okay, both parties are completely captured by the corporate oligarchs, and their entire role is to make it seem like they are very different from one another while simultaneously working at the behest of said corporations. Marginal deregulation or maximum deregulation. Gamers talking shit online to one another and trolling isn't the same as real racism. The report just lumps. Oh, we are so 2016, baby. Let's go. Gamers talking shit online to one another and trolling isn't the same as real racism. The report just lumps every troll post from an edgy kid with the real racism. Does it exist? Yeah, of course. Even you have racists in your community. They're everywhere. Yeah, I think I found one. But I highly doubt that most people making racist jokes are really actually racist. You think there aren't actually fucking straightforward, rabid anti-Semites in the gaming space? Like, have you met a gamer? What are you talking about? There are literal fucking Nazi games on Steam, brother. What are you saying right now? I don't think most of them are. I think they mostly do it to trigger people. If that's the only output that you can be judged by, okay, then yeah, you might as well be that, for the record. Okay? And you probably are that. Like, I don't know. I fucking troll people and trigger people all the time. I don't apply the usage of slurs to do that. You know what I mean? The fuck? Hitler waifu. Hitler is my crush. Hitler my friend. Sniper Elite V2 kill Hitler with 2 rifles. Fuck Hitler. Well, that one is free at least. We've defeated the Hitlerian politics here. Let's not say the line about baby settlers again. That's so funny. In a conversation about real existing anti-Semitism, this guy literally had to go back to like October 2023 in an improper context. I will repeat it once again. Under no circumstances should you be able to kill babies, okay? Unless we're talking about abortion, in which case I'm for it, okay? Dumbass. Using Daily Mail Co. UK Okay, bot is devolving. Bot is broken. Look at this. Look at this. Look. Baby settlers. No, dumbass. The entire point is that you shouldn't be able to kill baby settlers. And that's why I'm an advocate for one state. I think it would be cruel and unusual to fucking forcibly deport 750,000 people from places that they live. If they voluntarily leave because they don't want to live around Palestinians, that's one thing. Actual fucking bot. Yeah. I start talking about Nazis and this motherfucker came in immediately. He thinks it's Google. Yeah. That's someone's grandpa thinking they're on Google. No, that's like you know. I stopped wearing plaid because you say shit's ugly and now you're in plaid? Wait, what? It's so funny because that clip has been completely twisted and misinterpreted and reiterated by the guy you literally said it to. What a snake. Yeah. It's cool though. What are you going to do?
I kill the babies by fucking self. I'm finna be hustling abortions. I got 3-5 abortions, quarter abortions. Hell, I got zip abortions. Fuck you mean? How I'ma do it? I'ma knock your ass out. Spit in your booty. No, wait, that's a different technique. But shit, fuck.
Jesus Christ. What about post-birth? Ay. People are... I think one of the most annoying aspects of just like online space, online commentary and its reception is like when people do the, I am going to refuse that my ideological opponents are capable of making a joke and they are saying everything with full sincerity. It's so goddamn annoying. And it's annoying because like no one operates like that and everyone kind of understands what you're doing, but it doesn't really matter because these guys are ontologically evil on the other side. You know what I mean? It's so fucking lame. Like who? What do you mean? You know? What are you saying? That and the I'm purposely misunderstanding you and now it's actually your problem and now it's actually your fault. Ugh. Wonder if the ADL will have something to say about Sebastian Gorka being in Trump's cabinet, considering that he wore a Vitesse Rend pin to the Trump inauguration. You know, the paramilitary group in Hungary that actually rounded up Jews in Hungary and collaborated with the Nazi government. Huh. I wonder if they'll have an issue with that. Probably not, considering, you know, the Trump administration is super pro-Israel.
The president's really going to be, president-elect is really testing the lawyer.
Analysis of President-elect Trump
Bob,
cabinet
good morning
picks.
to you. You spoke to President-elect Trump yesterday by phone, and I'm sure you talked about these choices. How did he explain them?
Good morning. I called President-elect Trump yesterday and spoke to him, also spoke to top Republicans. And it's evident that by looking at many of these picks, he wants some established names like Senator Marco Rubio for Secretary of State. But when I told President-elect Trump it seems that he's aiming for disruption, he acknowledged that he is when it comes to picks like Tulsi Gabbard for Director of National Intelligence, Matt Gaetz for Attorney General, Gabbard, a former Democratic Congresswoman, Matt Gaetz, now a former Republican Congressman from Florida after his resignation. You're looking at someone who has deep skepticism in President-elect Trump of established Washington, and he believes he has the political capital to not only shake up these institutions, but uproot many of them in terms of the culture and the way they're run.
But you know what, Bob? Many Republicans seem to be shocked by Donald Trump's choice, Matt Gaetz in particular. What does that say to you? And do you think it'll be difficult for him to be confirmed?
Well, some Republicans are saying it might be difficult for Congressman Gaetz to be confirmed. Based on my reporting, Gail, it's pretty clear that President-elect Trump and his allies inside the transition are going to test Republicans in the coming months. Are you really going to go against the leader of the party who just won the White House with the popular vote and by winning the Electoral College? Are you really going to take him on these key picks? Are you going to have a future in the Republican Party? They're in a way almost daring Republicans to go against these favorites of the president-elect.
Yeah, you know, Bob, our friends over at Punchbowl News are reporting this morning that Trump is not even giving his Senate Republican colleagues any kind of heads up about these picks. One senator was stopped in the hallway, stood stunned for 30 seconds before he could come up with a response to Matt Gaetz. So the timing is a question as well. But who has the president's ear? Where are these ideas coming from? Are they all coming from Donald Trump, or is there somebody else?
Everybody and no one has influence here. Mar-a-Lago is a fluid place right now. Those who are there, those who have been there, they tell me that they're able to often get access to President-elect Trump. They can see him on the patio. They can pull him aside for a conversation, or maybe try to talk to Susie Wiles, the incoming White House chief of staff. But at the end of the day, President-elect Trump, I'm told, keeps his cards close to his vest. He's not telling everybody about how he's looking at what he calls brand names for different people, for different positions. He's not telling everybody about the full spectrum of options he believes he has for some of these key positions.
All right, Bob, thank you very much.
President-elect Donald Trump has offered Robert F. Kennedy the role of Secretary of Health and Human Services.
Let's go live to CNN's Kristen Holmes, who's in West Palm Beach for us near Mar-a-Lago. Kristen, clearly a controversial set of picks for Donald Trump in recent days, and now RFK Jr. tapped to be the Secretary of Health and Human Services, despite his track record of peddling conspiracy theories.
That's right, Boris and Bianna. And I am told from a source close to the situation that RFK Jr. is expected to accept this position as we see this cabinet unfolding. Now, a couple of things to note here about RFK. One is that there's been a lot of talk about what exactly he would do in the administration. He had indicated that he wanted a cabinet position, but we heard the head of the transition, Howard Lutnick, to our own Caitlin Collins, essentially downplaying the idea that he would be offered anything within the actual administration, likely because of the fact that there was a big belief within Trump's transition and Trump's orbit that RFK Jr. could not actually get confirmed. So talking to these sources, they had speculated that he might get more of an oversight role. Now, obviously, as we can see here, that is not how this played out. Donald Trump offering this very big position at the head of Health and Human Services to RFK Jr. And just a couple things to note here. One, RFK Jr. is incredibly controversial for a number of things that he has said about health, particularly the fact that he has questioned vaccines. He has said that vaccines lead to autism, something that there are no studies that back up. But the other part of this is the fact that he has been really pushing this Make America Healthy Again agenda as part of really what helped Donald Trump get elected to the White House. I cannot tell you the number of people who liked the fact that RFK was involved in the campaign, that they liked the messaging that RFK put out there, despite the fact that it is so controversial, and despite the fact that there have been so many things that RFK has said about health that are just simply not proven by any studies that we have. So of course the question now is going to be whether or not RFK can actually get confirmed. One of the things to keep in mind here as we talk about this, RFK is not a Republican. He has been a Democrat, he has been an independent. He does not have the same ties to the Republican Party that someone like even Matt Gaetz has. So whether or not these controversial opinions, these just downright not accurate opinions that he has when it comes to health are going to be something that make it through Congress, that's going to be a big question here. It is surprising to a number of people. I'm starting to get texts here from individuals who say that they had been speculating, they had heard rumors that RFK was kind of going to be some sort of health czar, but instead he has been giving a very specific cabinet position and one that requires him to be confirmed by Congress.
All right, Kristen, stay with us. I want to bring in CNN medical analyst Dr. Jonathan Reiner. What do you think of this news? RFK Jr., the pick for Health and Human Services Secretary.
Well, it seems to be that he fits with the pattern that we've seen this week, which is the hiring of people that are not just unqualified for a particular cabinet post, but unfit. And as we've already, heard in this segment, Mr. Kennedy has already shown over the last 10 years his penchant for not just promoting unproven ideas, but promoting disproven ideas. He has loudly promoted conspiracy theories such as the COVID virus being bioengineered to spare Ashkenazi Jews and Chinese. He's promoted the completely disproven concept that vaccines are connected to autism. He's been a loud, not just skeptic, but denier of the safety and efficacy of all vaccines, most recently mRNA vaccines, which have been shown to probably have prevented 1 to 2 million deaths as a consequence of COVID in the United States. So basically, we're putting not just a vaccine denier, but a science skeptic in charge of all of the nation's premier health agencies, FDA, NIH, CMS, the agency that runs Medicare and Medicaid. It's literally putting the fox in charge of the hen house.
So, Dr. Reiner, RFK Jr. has put forward this message, this idea that he wants to gear the federal government to combat childhood illnesses, to combat what he calls chronic illnesses. He's attributed some of that to all sorts of vague.
RFK's a rich person, but he spouts conspiracy. The crazy gas station guy would say, is he an ideologue or simply an intentional liar? No, he is 100% a real one. Okay. Like he straight up is committed. He's not like doing a grift here. Like if you think he's secretly getting like vaccinated on the side, you're wrong. He's completely mentally checked out. Okay. He's off. Yeah, he should be committed is right. He's an example of why boomers should not be allowed to smoke anything stronger than mids. These people can't handle that gas. RFK off that Galaxy gas, dude.
Causes related to food and oils. I wonder what kind of impact you think having him as the Secretary of HHS could have on just everyday American life.
I think that a lot of good can come of somebody promoting a more healthy diet in this country. We've certainly seen an epidemic of obesity. And I think that approach is welcome. But his well-documented, very, very loud promotion of theories that cause a great deal of doubt in people's mind about the efficacy of vaccines is incredibly dangerous. If you want to see an example of what happens when you hire a vaccine a skeptic into a post like that, just look at Florida. When Ron DeSantis hired Dr. Joseph Ladapo in 2021, someone who was associated with a group called America's Frontline Doctors, a group devoted to vaccine skepticism. When they brought him to Florida in 2021, the rates of vaccinations for kindergartners plummeted over the last 3 years. So we see what the impact can be on people who are, maybe they're uneducated, maybe they've read things online that concern them, and those kinds of doubts are amplified when it comes from someone with such a large soapbox and a very famous last name.
Yeah.
All right, Dr. Reiner, if you could, what are we hearing in our ear?
Well, let's hold off on that for now.
Yeah, let's hold off on that. I want to bring in Jeff Zeleny, who's here with us to talk about some of the politics of this.
The fuck? Why'd they keep that shit in?
Bombshell here.
It is, and this is going to really test the Senate once again. We thought the Matt Gaetz thing would be the most unusual or out of the norm. This certainly is added to the list. But look, I mean, when you think of the Senate committees that will be faced with the confirmation process here, these are asking some senators really to make a choice here. So providing they all go through the normal process, should this nomination actually happen, it will be a giant test for the new Senate Republican Majority Leader, John Thune here. But I mean, we certainly will be getting...
I want to give you guys a good example, okay? I want to give you a good example. Here. Doge, coming to a government building near you. Pack your bag. Please no government employees studying the sex life of beetles. Here is the retort to it. A dementia drug based on a chemical discovered in an exotic type of snail was just invented. Studying the reproductive habits of insects have allowed us to increase crop yields. You think you're making a good point, but you don't even have the capacity to realize how dumb you are. People love to look at things that they do not understand and say, why are we studying this? This sounds fucking stupid. Not recognizing all of the many benefits that have come from studying those things that you consider are fucking stupid. Problem is, a lot of people feel this way. Okay? A lot. They look at something and they go, this is dumb. I, at least, unlike many of these other fucking idiots, recognize my stupidity, recognize the limits that I have to my intelligence. These people do not. That's the difference. I recognize I'm a fucking idiot who speaks online every day. That's my job. There are certain things I'm good at and a whole lot that I'm bad at, okay? But because I know my own limitations, I go, that science stuff, that's not for me, dog. I'm stupid, okay? I'm fucking dumb. I don't get it. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to listen to the fucking nerds, okay? It's that simple. And I feel like we just lost touch with reality at this point. Americans are so hopped up on hyper independence. Like American exceptionalism and American individualism is going to be the death of this nation. Okay? American individualism dictates if I came up with something, it's very important. You got to listen to it. You got to listen to it. Doesn't matter. I will figure this out on my own. Let me do this. Let me tackle this issue. Okay? Fuck the experts. American exceptionalism is like, guess what? I'm an American citizen. I came up with this thought, this stupid ass thought all on my own. I soloed this entire fucking process. And for that reason, you have to listen to me. You have to sit there and take me seriously. And sometimes you're going to be like, no, dog, you're fucking dumb. Okay? You're stupid as fuck. I saw you eating gas station egg salad yesterday. I don't care what you have to say about scientific research. And I say this as someone who eats gas station egg salad sandwiches. I'm fucking dumb. I shouldn't be anywhere near this kind of research. Okay? What the fuck? It just does not make sense. It doesn't make sense that motherfuckers are like, I came up with this on my own. Okay? I'm an autodidact. No, you're a fucking auto dumbass, dude. You're not. You're not an autodidact. Shut the fuck up. It pisses me off, dude. Why is there a division of labor? Why is there like, why is it that we have specialties? Like, why are people going to school at all? Just ask random dumbasses that you see on the street what they think about vaccines and just let that guy dictate policy. Fuck it, dude. Years and years of study, years and years of research. Throw it out. Makes me so mad, dude. Perhaps you would consider that RFK Jr. did research and is now an expert? Yeah, exactly.
Hello. I'm trying to do something new here, and I don't know if it's going to work, but bear with me. There's a tweet that I'd like to look at. It's called, it's from the Redheaded Libertarian, and we can see from her bio over here that she works with Tim Pool, so I'm not expecting great faith arguments to start with. There's a partisan start to the conversation, but why do we need a Department of Government Efficiency? And there's 27,000 likes here. In 2020, the U.S. government spent $4.5 million to spray alcoholic rats with bobcat urine. Now, what's going on? Why would they do that? It does seem silly. It seems like a lot of money. We could make the argument this isn't that much money. And in the scheme of things, it isn't. I want the government of the U.S. to be spending money on scientific research. And it doesn't spend very much of its money on scientific research. I mean, like, we could pull up a budget. What's the budget? That's the Hoboken Public Library. Why does Google suck? Government of the U.S., not the Hoboken Public Library. What's this one? Is this federal spending by function?
Las Canarias, thank you for the 10 gifted
2015.
subs.
What's happening? Let's just do 2020 so we have something slightly more useful. Oh, thanks for the 2015 one.
I will literally put you on the first goddamn spaceship to Mars, you dumb fuck. Don't you ever come in here. Don't you ever come in here and do this dumb shit. Goddamn, I get so fucking mad. Isn't Doge kind of a funny name and efficiency is almost good, right? Neek skit. I swear to God, you are on my last nerve. We're literally tackling the issue head on here, okay? We're looking at why dumbass is going, we're going to cut certain types of spending because it's so stupid. Why is this stupid? Because I decided it sounds stupid. Why? That can lead you astray. That's the whole premise of this fucking video. We are literally answering your goddamn question, okay? That's the reason why I clicked on a Hank Green video. You understand me? That's the point. Shut the fuck up, buckle in, and learn something, okay? That sometimes when things sound stupid to you, okay, and you go, why don't we make this more efficient? Maybe there's a fucking reason for it.
That's freaking awesome. I love that. Why do we suck? Where did my taxes go?
These people would not have made it out the caves, dude. I swear to God. Modern medicine has gone too far, I think. RFK Jr. is right. I'm anti-medicine. It's keeping the dumbest motherfuckers alive, bro. I swear. It's gone too far. I'm on board with RFK Jr. now. Okay? That's it. We're done. We're done! Too many people are surviving. It's over. Bro, why do you have to consistently demean them, though? Because they're a fucking troll, dumbass. That's why. And sometimes I got to yell at somebody. What am I supposed to do here? We're literally, we not only did I start talking about how it's so dumb for random people to look at a thing that they don't understand and go, I don't understand this. Why does it exist? Instead of like examining why it actually exists and just taking a position that it must be eliminated, okay, and how stupid that could be. Instead of just buckling in, your immediate solution, your immediate thing is like, well, I like efficiency. Yes, dude, everybody likes efficiency, okay? They are never going to present something in a bad way, okay? Do you understand that? They're not going to be like, we are creating a department so that I can, you know, take away veterans' health care, okay? They're not going to be like, fuck veterans openly. But that's what they're going to end up doing. Do you understand? But they're not going to sell it as that because even they are not that fucking stupid. That's how it works, man. I don't get it. Why didn't they call it the Department of Melting the Poor? Why don't they? I don't understand. Efficiency is good. Yeah, that's why they're calling it the Department of Government Efficiency. One, because it's haha memes, and two, because they're not going to call it the Department of Cutting Spending for things that people need to survive. Okay? They're not going to call it that.
Property taxes? No. Show me the federal budget. Why does Google suck? Okay, there. I like this better. So one of these things is going to be, so we've got education, we've got veterans benefits, we've got, what was this? Interest on debt, veterans benefits, food and agriculture, housing and community, transportation. Somewhere in here, there's going to be energy and science. There it is. There it is. Look, I don't think that number is as big as it should be. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying the $38 billion doesn't matter. I'm just saying if I'm the Department of Government Efficiency, I have a lot of places to look before I get to the $4.5 million spent on spraying alcohol.
That's right. Medicare. Cut Medicare. Too much. Too much spending on Medicare.
Alcoholic rats with bobcat urine. But that does not mean that this was a good use of money. And I don't know why you would spray an alcoholic rat with bobcat urine, but I bet somebody does, and I bet it's not as weird as it sounds. Let's take ourselves into the world and say, why would you spray any rat with...
Okay, for the record, what he's going through right here is exactly identical to my line of thinking, okay? I am of the mindset that while the government can be wasteful, certainly, or have bad goals in mind, like the endless amount of money that we spend on our defense, which is actually technically for offense, okay? Just remember that. Ultimately, when I see something that like doesn't make sense, I don't immediately go, this doesn't make sense, and that's because alien lizards are controlling the government and they're trying to turn the freaking frogs gay. When I look at a situation like that, and I've described this process to you a lot of times, okay? I've described this process to you many, many instances. I don't immediately go, I am cynical. I think this is bullshit. Fuck it. Let's let it rot. I go, I wonder what the reason is. I wonder why this thing that sounds insane, $4.5 million to spray alcoholic rats with bobcat urine, that sounds insane. We both understand that sounds crazy, okay? I wonder why the government is doing that, okay? And then I investigate why the government is doing that, which is what he's going to be doing right here. I think you're describing critical thinking. I know, but it's better to just walk people through the steps of how this works, okay?
And it's because bobcats are rat predators, and you probably want to induce a stress response. So there's probably a bunch of ways to stress out a rat, and there's probably a bunch of sort of standard ways where you know how much a particular thing is going to stress out a rat. I know that one way is that you like electrify the cage and shock their little paws to cause them a little bit of pain. That it's not necessarily that it's inhumane, but that could be a lot sort of harder to pull off than just getting bobcat urine from a place that has bobcats and then spray. Like, how much does bobcat urine cost? Predator urine. Oh, I love that. I love what? Wait a second. Talking with the P-Man. So yeah, you could pick up a 64-ounce growler. Oh, no, I would have used that word, of bobcat urine for $125. That's easy. You could do it in a number of different labs. So if you want to repeat the thing, you just go to the P-Man and you say, hey, pick me up a little bit more bobcat urine. And you spray it with this sprayer. It's the same thing. This is, I almost guarantee you, why they sprayed the alcoholic rats with bobcat urine. It wasn't to see like, what happens when you spray an alcoholic rat with bobcat urine? It was to intentionally induce a stress response to see what would happen. And I don't know if these rats are alcoholic because this is just some tweet from the internet. I don't know if they're alcoholic rats or if they are rats who are drunk. If they got rats drunk and then stressed them out, and then they stressed out non-drunk rats to see like the difference between them.
Hi, I'm a scientific researcher. You can frame all research in this type of way. For example, I've spent 5 years studying how one bacterial protein behaves under pressures 2x greater than the Mariana Trench. Sounds dumb and pointless. Or in layman's terms, I'm figuring out how to make Parkinson's medication more efficiently. Please don't take away my funding. Marinara Trench. So that is the point, right? Like the example I use always, and this is a technique that Republicans use so fucking frequently when talking about like medicine that they don't like. Okay, I'm going to just categorize this as medicine that Republicans don't like. Republicans don't like HRT. Okay, well, they do like HRT when they're taking it, right? They just don't like HRT when trans people are taking it. So they describe the medical process in the most gruesome ways possible. Okay. Now you can do that for every single instance of medicine. Okay. I can do that for open heart surgery. If I were to describe to you the process in which you have to cut someone's fucking skin open, okay, and dig deep, break their fucking rib cage piece by piece, pull it apart, okay, and then go in there and cut open their fucking heart, you'd be like, that's gruesome. We should stop that. We should stop that. What do you mean people are using a bone saw? I thought only Mohammed bin Salman's most loyal soldiers use that in an Istanbul embassy against journalists that they don't like. What? Ban heart surgery now. Ban it. I'm scared. Okay? That's fucking barbaric, right? When you think about it, it's barbaric. It's also a necessity, a medical necessity. Okay? We cannot operate on the whims of fucking idiots. Do you understand? We can't do that. We have a long practice of doing just that, and we look back at history and we dunk on those guys. Okay? Like, we love turning around and being like, these fucking idiots. Like, they punished my man for saying that the earth revolves around the sun and not vice versa. How fucking stupid were these guys who were controlling the fucking institutions, man? What a bunch of dumbasses. And then without even a shred of fucking irony, we turn around and do the same shit. Oh my Lord.
Those two things, which would be interesting if the rats are actually alcoholic and they've created.
What am I in the new Philip DeFranco for?
A dependency on alcohol in the rats, and then they are seeing if they spray it, if the rats then do something.
What it is?
Sup, you.
All right, let's continue.
That, like, in response to alcohol, like if you stress out an alcohol, like a rat that has previously been conditioned to be dependent on alcohol, if you stress that rat out, will it drink more or less? I can see it. Like, I feel like I've a little bit, like, this is an interesting exercise to be like, why would someone spray an alcoholic rat with bobcat urine? But we probably don't need to figure this out. I can just search bobcat urine rat spray. No, that's just giving me predator pee again. Bobcat urine, rat, alcoholic rat. There's a little Google thing here. It says exposure to bobcat urine can increase alcohol self-administration. So if rats are stressed out, they will drink more. And that may also increase sensitivity to alcohol's interoceptive effects.
Ugh, AI overview. Gross. What the fuck, dude? Everything is getting worse. Everything is getting worse. Everything is getting worse. Everything is getting worse. Oh my God, Google is so fucking useless nowadays. Oh my God, I hate everything. Sorry.
Is that just like drunkenness? Interoception is the sense that provides information.
I like that his Google is pink though. That's cute. I like that.
About the body's internal
nice
state
and pleasant. That's nice and pleasant.
Okay. We've got an actual study here. This is from 2020, so that is the year. Alcohol use disorder is highly comorbid with traumatic stress disorders in humans, and duly diagnosed individuals cite negative affective symptoms as a primary reason for drinking alcohol. So this is, you guys, is this science that we're doing to help veterans with substance use disorders? Is that what we're mad about? I know people hate this, but if you go to ChatGPT and you ask it to explain an abstract to you of a topic you don't understand, well, it will.
Oh my God, come on, get to the point. When it comes to wasteful scientific research, there are a ton of examples to point fingers at. The government funded research that put shrimp on treadmills. The government funded a study spraying bobcat urine at alcoholic rats. The New York Post compiled a list of suggestions of things Doge ought to keep our tax dollars away from, including cats on treadmills. So many treadmills. The outrage is palpable. How dare scientists do research without an immediate practical application? The entire point of the Slate article is to say that science and scientific experimentation is oftentimes wasteful. The idea that we are going to maximize the efficiency of scientific research is fucking idiotic. Because when you are on a journey to find answers for a particular thing, sometimes you are going to do experiments that are going to come across as dumb, okay, to the average person. And some of them are going to fail, but it doesn't matter. That's the whole process of scientific discovery. Holy fuck! But what these angry pundits truly reveal is how little they understand about how science works. For science to be effective, it simply cannot be efficient. Scientists do things they've already done and do them over and over again, changing one tiny variable at a time. They do a lot of seemingly silly things in an attempt to recreate aspects of a world in a lab where they can be monitored and replicated over and over and over again. These studies might seem like a waste of precious resources, but this inefficiency is, in itself, efficient. It's the simplest, most clear way of coming to a true understanding of reality. Would you rather researchers try to chase shrimp around in their environments? These seemingly silly studies provide proof of a phenomenon and sometimes exercises in serendipity. Here. Where's the second mention of Bobcat in the article? Okay, yes, maybe you still have questions about the Bobcat pee thing. People seem very upset about the idea of the government spending money spraying Bobcat pee on rats, but here's the thing. There are many rodent studies that waft Bobcat pee, cat hair, fox odor, and more at mice. If this sounds silly, it's because you are not thinking like a mouse. Predators stress out cats. Predators stress out mice, cats, bobcats, foxes, mouse predators. Those wasteful studies were studying the effects of stress on rats and how that stress might be increased if those rats had a lot of previous alcohol exposure. It's not about giving rats nightmares. It's something important to study and understand for the many people living with both alcoholism and post-traumatic stress disorder. That kind of research can lead down the line to important medical interventions. Rats have an immune system that is close in similarity, and it's an acceptable fucking victim to Americans and just global scientific experiments. And given the similarities within the rat immune system and the human immune system, a lot of medical research is conducted on rats originally, because it would be fucking insane until we go full Hitler on conducting these sorts of torturous experiments on human beings. Like I said, until we go full Hitler, and then we'll probably do that. But then it'll be allowed. When people pull out these examples of inefficiency, mocking the seemingly silly waste of government funding, what they're really showing is their ignorance. They're showing that they have no real understanding of what research is or how it works. And if basic research is stripped down, streamlined, or tossed entirely in favor of efficiency, it will just not be scientists who suffer. It will be all of us. I also think the government is the ideal mechanism for funding scientific research that does not have immediate material benefits for humans. Yeah, like the fucking internet. There is no profit to be had in zoological research, and it doesn't directly impact humans, but it's still important and good to know to expand our knowledge base of the world around us. It's so fucking short-sighted to be mad at this. I hate that so many people do not examine, do not scratch the surface even a little bit. They don't even care to examine why certain things are happening. They don't. They just go, "Oh, that doesn't make sense to me. Fucking kill it." It sucks. It's very stupid. It's very frustrating. And in an era where narrative is more important than the truth, okay, and critical thinking is not necessarily valued or even taught, we are becoming dumber and dumber as a direct consequence of that, and we are advocating for our own demise every single fucking day. any kind of technological achievement that you take for granted every single day of the week is at some step in that in the discovery, in the scientific discovery, scientists were doing a whole bunch of shit that you would consider to be stupid. Okay, that's it. Like, you'd be like, oh, why are we doing that? That's stupid. Why are we testing so much on animals? Or why are we wasting so much money on this? And why are we wasting so much money on that? This is dumb. Anyway. Apparently, you're about to get filled in. Philip DeFranco has thrown his hat in the drama ring, it seems. Ethan Klein's situation got worse. The Onion bought InfoWars, Sydney Sweeney slams fake women, and more.
Beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news. We have so much to talk about today. Domestic and international, big, small, political, social. But let's start with some internet controversy news. This has really started blowing up more and more. So let's talk about Ethan Klein and Hasan Piker. They're both big creators in the streaming and podcast space. They're former co-hosts. But, with this specific situation, it starts and is mainly focused on Ethan Klein, who's facing backlash again. And this time it was over a game that he played on his podcast yesterday.
Today, my friends, we are going to play the exciting game here. You at home, play along. We're going to play, is it Twitch or is it a terrorist? Let's take a look here, guys. Start.
There's more to the game, but even just that part right there alone, that faced tons of backlash. With a number of people think that it was wrong that the opening image was a side-by-side of Hasan Piker and Osama bin Laden. And in fact, at a later point in the game, you had someone from H3's team, AB, even calling that out.
I don't know who made this, but yeah, I'm not a fan of the Hasan and Osama on the front page. They need
at least if they're going to compare them, I'll guess.
And so with all this, it appears that they were playing a game from a website called twitchorterrorist.com. And to play, you had to read quotes and guess if a Twitch streamer or a terrorist said it. And they all ended up being Twitch streamer quotes, mostly from other creators by the name of like Sneeko and Myron, who've been heavily criticized for anti-
They're not even, for the record, these guys aren't even Twitch streamers, okay? And yes, it is fucking insane. It is fucking insane to just like put actual anti-Semites alongside people who are not anti-Semitic but pro-Palestinian in an effort to be like, see, they're all terrorists. Look at all these guys. I didn't expect you to cover this. I wouldn't have, but Philly D is covering it.
Anti-Semitism in the past for posts like these, which made its way into the game. But also,
yeah, Dan made this site, including all the other sites. Destiny's second in command. Isn't people who are pro-Palestinian just you? No, not Dan from H3 chat. What are you, crazy? No. Dan fucking Saltman. The saltiest motherfucker on the planet.
Included one post each from Hasan and Frogan, who's another creator Ethan's called out and feuded with in the past. But again, most ended up being from creators Sneeko and Myron, so he ended up closing the game by saying,
You're right, though, that game sucks. It was just not enough variety. It didn't prove anything, because all the anti-Semites was just like Myron and Sneeko.
And so all that happens, but then once the clips...
Damn, I can't believe that they couldn't find anti-Semitic quotes of me. Perhaps because I'm not an anti-Semite. Damn, why doesn't this have more quotes of Hasan being anti-Semitic?
of Ethan playing the game make their way to Twitter, there was backlash everywhere, with a number of people saying things like Ethan Klein comparing a Muslim anti-war content creator to Osama bin Laden. He got other Muslim and Jewish content creators banned for calling Sabra hummus the lowest tier commercial hummus because a lot of Israelis eat it. What the actual hell? As well as Islamophobia on full display. And if Ethan Klein actually cared about anti-Semitism instead of merely feeling disrespected.
Noah Colwyn? Whoa! Whoa! I gotta text my mans, be like, yo, you made it, Noah. You made it on the Philly D. You just got filled in. Or you're doing the filling in yourself. That's crazy. That's crazy. If Ethan Klein actually cared about anti-Semitism instead of merely feeling disrespected, he would consider what it means to represent Jewish people by being a nonstop whiny bigot.
He would consider what it means to represent Jewish people by being a nonstop whiny bigot. He even had some tagging YouTube social accounts to say that they're platforming racism and hate. And we even saw Hasanpiker himself responding, saying, "My former podcast co-host misunderstood me when I said in America that anti-Semitism is institutionally unacceptable, but Islamophobia is permitted if not encouraged. Yesterday, he proved my point." While that received a lot of support, you also had some people responding to Hasan.
Yeah. How is this Islamophobic? Hasan and his friends repeat terrorist talking points. It has nothing to do with Islam. Hasan, the game is funny. All you and your friends' talking points are indistinguishable for actual terrorists. In what way can you say Islamophobia is permitted unless you believe all Muslims are terrorists? These are literally 2003. We're back in 2003. These are the most 2003-ass. Please, I need you to see one of the terrorist quotes. Please, you'll never guess who it is. The truth is that after several decades of neoliberalism, the rich are becoming increasingly richer while the poor are both more numerous and increasingly poorer. Unless you believe all Muslims are terrorists, how can you not see everyone and Ethan in particular is talking about? Guys? Anyway, let's continue.
By
Let's just
defending
continue.
Ethan in the game and accusing critics of misrepresenting it. But again, there was also a fair share of people echoing what Hasan said, with some also noting that this came after Ethan went on his Instagram stories to call out Hasan and accuse him of only pretending to care about anti-Semitism. And Ethan ended up responding to,
which is crazy, by the way. Like, that was also crazy. Only pretending to care about anti-Semitism is wild. Like, I've stood by this man side by side, and we've dunked on fucking anti-Semites together. You know what I mean? And anti-Semitism together. Like, what the fuck is going on? Read his post is psychotic. I haven't even read any of this shit. Myron is an easy dunk. He makes it incredibly easy to virtue signal that you are against anti-Semitism. If Hasan cared about anti-Semitism, he would listen to his Jewish friend when he expressed his genuine concern for anti-Semitism festering in his own community. First of all, friend is wild. That's that's a wild thing to just drop in there after like a month of crash out post after crash out post demanding that an adpocalypse happen on Twitch because Twitch is housing Klansmen and Nazis and that I am like a fucking anti-Semite. That's wild to be like, oh, but I'm just your friend, your Jewish friend, which is also additionally crazy considering that I have a shit ton of Jewish friends. None of them agree with Ethan. What the fuck? That's insane. What? And we literally insta-ban anti-Semitism in this community. Like, I personally do it regularly. If Hasan cared about anti-Semitism, he would stop purity testing every Jew based on Zionist, anti-Zionist, a term that has lost all meaning. 90% of Jews globally would be considered a Zionist, a term that encapsulates both religious supremacists who believe they have a mandate from God to settle in the West Bank, and every secular Reform Jew in the world who thinks Israel should continue to exist. I do not purity test every Jew based on Zionist, anti-Zionist. That is insane. I've not only never done that, I don't know why the fuck he's even saying that I do that. What the fuck? And for the record, Zionism has not lost its meaning. If it did, I don't know why you would say that like 90% of Jews globally are considered Zionists, which I also disagree with as well. If Hasan cared about anti-Semitism, he would not hand wave away blatant Jew hatred from his friend Frogan. He would, yeah, I know. I should fucking I should put Frogan in a dunk tank for doing the tier list that Raffi and themselves like put on the Arabs podcast. That was perfectly fine, and everybody understood exactly what the fuck it was. Mad that Trump won, baby boy. Brother, you are probably, alongside myself, going to die of polio, and you're over here celebrating that as an accomplishment. What a fucking stupid thing to get excited about. Like, we're all gonna fucking die of diseases that are preventable, and this motherfucker, Trump, gave me 200 RP to vote for him. What? Dying from preventable disease to own the libs. That's it. We're collapsing the goddamn country. Anyway, Hasan cared about blatant Jew hatred from his actual friend Frogan, who would not platform uncritically a terrorist-affiliated militant who flags a curse upon the Jews, nor would he play Houthi propaganda uncritically to his audience who fly the same flag. He would not call... You know what's really funny? I've talked about the Houthis banner multiple times, which is like another part of this process that is, of course, always not repeated. But regardless, let's continue. He would not call Hassan Nasrallah a brilliant man or say he has no problem with Hezbollah, a man in his organization that has explicitly called for the genocide of Jews. Hasan, if you cared, you would read this instead of laughing about how crazy I am based on a Chatter's brain dead summary of my post. I like that I addressed all of these talking points a million times over, but, you know. Yeah, there it is. I read it, and it still sounds crazy. Okay? Contextualizing and offering analysis to how certain non-government organizations exist is not a de facto carte blanche defense of the way that they exist or the things that they do. Okay? That's it. Ethan doesn't know shit about these groups or the region. Their politics are as. Yeah, he's just like, whatever. Bro, it's not a summary. You look at, it's not even a summary. You look at screenshots. What? 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 He's saying, read this, and I am. Criticizing Ethan, saying you look at summary of chatters? What? I'm confused. Ethan literally looks for clips in the Destiny Reddit. Yeah, I know. I like that a lot of Ethan's well-sourced criticisms. A lot of Ethan's well-sourced criticisms directly come from the Destiny subreddit that he's like scoured, right? Like straightforwardly. And that is actually causing valid concerns. But considering that the Destiny subreddit is, routinely scouring my stream, I'm very familiar with the talking points. So, of course, I don't even have to fucking see it to know exactly where these valid concerns are coming from. Because I've addressed it a million times over. I address it every single day. But let's continue.
To call out Hasan and accuse him of only pretending to care about anti-Semitism.
Yeah. Myron's the easy
Ethan ended
done.
up responding.
Why is Hasan in a game called Twitch or Terrorist? Because he's accused of supporting terrorism by Ethan. The subreddit that's called the fucking Dalaban, or the Twitter comms group that's called the Dalaban, or the Dezbollah. It's great. It's good stuff. Yeah, you stand accused. That is the beginning and end of this analysis. There are plenty of quotes on the site from non-Muslims. I didn't make the site. I opened it for like 2 minutes and mostly talked about how dumb it is. We immediately commented on how dumb the Osama versus Hasan comparison is. We, unless he's speaking French here, is carrying a lot of the fucking burden. I think it was AB who commented on how bad it was, and you chose to continue, but what do I fucking know? And this game, for the record, was Islamophobic from the jump. The idea that like all of these pro-Palestinian content creators are like automatically terrorists, like it's fucking ridiculous, okay? Bundling actual anti-Semites like Myron and Sneeko with people like myself. Also, very weird shit, right? And slapping terrorism as a designation on it. Also very weird. Now, a lot of other content creators on this fucking website, Twitch, you know, the one that is dangerously anti-Semitic, according to Ethan, that a lot of content creators, including Asmongold, have played this game. Why didn't I fucking chirp about it then? Because what the fuck am I supposed to do? I can't do anything about it, okay? Islamophobia is completely permitted. It's permissible. That's just the truth. Both bigotries, anti-Semitism, okay, and Islamophobia are unacceptable. They're unacceptable. That's it. And I will never accept it. And I always combat it. And I always have. And I always will. Okay? But the way that, you know, institutions, organizations, the way they treat Islamophobia versus anti-Semitism is different. Islamophobia is broadly accepted. Now, the reason why it is because in the post 9/11 universe, America had to do a whole bunch of social conditioning to get people primed to go and fucking destroy the Middle East. Anyway, I closed out 2 minutes, said the game was done because it just keeps quoting Sneeko and Myron, which doesn't prove anything. We saw why he quit the game. I don't think it was after 2 minutes. He intentionally quote retweets someone that misrepresents, lies about what's in the video, and even calls me Islamophobic for something I didn't even do. Dude, come on, man. Come on. Like, the Islamophobia stuff is not even new. Like, holy shit. It was always cringe. It was like something that I tried to communicate to him even, way back when he was like doing if you're a gay sex worker, you'd get thrown off the roofs in Gaza, to like fucking Muslim people on the timeline. Like, get out of here. Like, this is not like a newfound thing here. Come on. What is this? Here's you explaining it. That is outright hostile towards Muslims and outright hostile towards Palestinians from the actual state, right? There's anti-Semitism. This is absolutely true. Anti-Semitism is a gross hate crime. It is completely unacceptable. You and I are in agreement on this. I've combated anti-Semitism nonstop for the past 10 years.
That there's any people that hear that and they think, you know what, that means no, we got to get rid of all the Israelis. Do you think there's anyone that believes that?
That we have to get rid of all of the Israeli Jews in that area?
From the river
of
to
course,
the sea.
I'm sure. Yeah,
And
absolutely.
so-
there are
and when
anti-Semites.
people-
There are anti-Semites in the pro-Palestinian movement.
Do you
Of course
think that
there
it could be potentially misconstrued?
Can it be potentially misconstrued? Absolutely. Anything can be misconstrued.
And so
Any
in
slogan
that-
can be
in
misconstrued.
consideration of all these things, if it can be misconstrued, if it is believed by people to mean it that way, then I don't think Jews are outside of their right to say, hey, this phraseology.
The phrase that we're talking about is from the river to the sea. Palestine will be free, by the way. I love HD, but going hard on you for semantics when there are literally Nazis out and about is a bit cooked. I know. And while I call out the literal Nazis that are out and about, he turns around and says, oh, that's not sufficient. You also have to recognize that I'm right and you're wrong and apologize for hurting my feelings, even though there has never been a moment in the past year until recently where I was not unimaginably gracious. Okay? This conversation itself is yet another instance where I am slowly walking him through like a baby, okay? Walking him step by step to understand something by drawing similar analogs to things that he already recognizes. He's pro Black Lives Matter. He knows what people that say all lives matter sound like and look like and what they actually mean. Okay, people misconstrue Black Lives Matter. There's an example I used literally last fucking year. Okay, but he just never, gave up on this for some reason. And it's weird. It's weird because, like, we've had these conversations. He knows what my position is. We've had them publicly. How the fuck? Anyway.
Makes me uncomfortable.
The conversation revolves around Palestinians, which, Muslims are a minority group in general, Palestinians an even smaller minority group, against Zionists, specifically Zionists who are maintaining the violent nature of the apartheid state in Israel. So in that structure, there are significantly more Zionists in America than there are Zionist Jews, and then there are anti-Zionist Jews. Zionist and anti-Zionist Jews are marginal because of the number of Jews in general on the planet, right? The much larger conversation is being had between Palestinian activists, which feature anti-Zionist Jews and anti-Zionists alike, some of which are anti-Semitic. I'm not going to say that they're not, okay? Versus the much broader, much larger Zionist community that is comprised almost entirely of Zionist evangelicals, Zionist Christians in general. That's the conversation that's being had about the state of Israel. You can criticize Saudi Arabia and do it from an Islamophobic perspective, but many people are never going to turn around and say you're being Islamophobic when you criticize Saudi Arabia. But when you criticize Israel, because the foreign ministry has maintained this position and this posture for a very long time, propped up by the likes of the ADL, this conflation is the immediate counter. And I think it's cynically deployed. In the grand scheme of things, throughout the history of Palestinian emancipation, which I will reaffirm my support for, I do believe it is just and I believe it is moral. Throughout that history, Hamas is but a mere blip. Hamas is but a mere blip, and even to this day is not has never reached broad popularity. The mantra itself predated Hamas and will continue to exist as long as there is an occupation. So having a conversation about the optics of a slogan when 11,000 Palestinians have been ruthlessly slaughtered by that same state is ridiculous to me. I think it's
fair.
It's
this
uncharitable.
characterization is super unfair. I mean, you're making it sound like I'm a fucking the concern for it has nothing to do with what the Israeli government is doing, the ethnic cleansing and murdering of Palestinians. It's got nothing to do with that. Invoking that is not fair. 57% of Gazans, by the way, and I'm not criticizing them. I understand why people would support Hamas during all this and who are in Gaza, but you say that, I mean, they have.
Yes, in 2017, Hamas changed its charter in order to gain international recognition.
It has wide support in Gaza and the West.
In 2017, Hamas changed its charter in order to maintain its civil governance factions and also gain international recognition, as had prior terror cells like the ones that you mentioned that Ben Shapiro still considers a terrorist, like Yasser Arafat, as they try to do the exact same thing. You might not believe them. I do think that there are certainly still anti-Semitic people inside of Hamas, of course, but ultimately, not all of them? Palestinian people saying that, he's like, not all of them, that they support violent emancipation.
You think there's Hamas people that are secular and cool and don't hate Jews?
Do I think there are Hamas militants? Absolutely. Yes, 100%.
No, that's not what I asked. I said, do you think there's Hamas?
Yeah, I do. I do believe that 100%. Yes.
People that are like chill and secular.
Like this conversation, the way he's asking this question is also, for the record, the way he's asking this question is like specifically to incite. When you have a conversation, when you have an argument with someone, and I think like a lot of people from marginalized backgrounds understand this. I'm not saying I am, okay? I'm white, but when you have a conversation with someone who is just there to try to fucking maybe not really understand fully your position, but instead hit you with some shit, okay? You are not just having a conversation with this other person. You're having a conversation with the entire world, okay? So you have to remember You have to remember how everyone treats certain words and everyone treats certain concepts. Everyone looks at certain concepts and takes it for granted. Okay? So when someone, like, this is the reason why I can have a long discussion about the political designation of terrorism, right? And I have many times over. The IRA, the FLN, the Nelson Mandela's party, MEK specifically, or not MEK, the ANC, all considered umquanto or umquante, is that how you say it? Like the spear, including the ANC, but even its more militant factions, were all designated as terror groups. Okay? They were all designated as terror groups. They were designated as terrorist groups while they were specifically engaging in an emancipatory struggle. But that conversation doesn't fucking matter in this process. Okay? Because when someone goes, you're terrorists, you're supporting terrorists, you sound exactly like terrorists, a lot of people, especially when you fit the bill, if you have a scary sounding name, a lot of people are going to write you off and go, oh, well, that makes sense. So you have to deal with that as well in this conversation.
And they don't hate Jews.
Oh, 100%. Well, yeah. You can yell at me all day for that. I 100,000% believe it. There are fucking 18, 19-year-olds. They don't know anything except fucking bombs being blown up in their heads. That is simply a means of violent retaliation. I don't think people operate on being bad and being good. I think people operate on, holy fuck, there's a bomb blowing up in my face that killed my fucking family. I hate this fucking state, and I'm going to join whichever faction will allow me to continue fighting against this state. Not every single person is like motivated by like cleansing every Jewish person in Israel. If that was the case, they would not have tried to make a. They would not have tried. Okay, if that was the case, they would not have tried to change their charter and become more and recenter their posturing so that they can get international recognition. Whether it was going to happen or not is one other thing.
The original one was like insane.
Yeah.
And who the
Yeah,
fuck's
no,
gonna support
I
that?
agree. Anyway, yeah, so we had this conversation already. It's so insane to see this jump from basically a civil conversation to Hasan as Osama bin Laden. But yeah, remember all the debate bros that love the spirit of debate, love the spirit of battle? Their takeaway from this, which was me being as gentle as possible, talking to a friend who I fear was experiencing some level of cognitive dissonance, was that I made him cry. Okay? In that same conversation at the time, he also plugged Teddy Fresh in between when I walked away. Okay? No, friend at the time, chatter. Calm down. What the fuck? That was weird. My point is, the people that, the people basically looked at this and went, well, Ethan didn't make a lot of great points here, so we're just going to fucking talk about how Hasan was a big meanie to him. Yeah.
To all this backlash himself, writing, question, why is Hasan in a game called Twitch or Terrorist? Answer, because he is accused of supporting terrorism. That is the beginning and end of this analysis. Arguing that there were plenty of quotes on the site that came from non-Muslims and that he didn't even make the site himself, he only played the game on it for a few minutes. And then also saying Hasan's post about the situation was misleading and saying Hasan was accusing him of being Islamophobic for things he didn't even do. With
yeah, that's the funniest part about it is like, I don't know who Ethan is going to convince that he's not being Islamophobic when I think you know, this is not a conversation that has taken that much space in this process, but like, come on, dude. Like, okay. I mean, the community that made that website is Destiny's community, and Destiny is an open Islamophobe. He's like proud of it. He says he is. You know, they've moved past that on the Reddit talking point where they openly say that they are. They're like, oh, they're criticizing a religion. I'm against all religions. But yeah. It wasn't Dan who made it, but a Destiny Discord, Decook Discord mod. What is this? Sticks sick stuff out there.
Front page. They need a.
What is this? Here's some emails, an example template. It's preferred if you deviate from it as much as possible. Subject, urgent concern regarding upcoming appearance with Hasan Piker, and then a whole bunch of emails. Dear CNN, I'm writing to bring an urgent concern to your attention regarding an upcoming appearance scheduled with Hasan Piker. It has come to my attention that Hasan Piker is known for promoting anti-Semitic views and expressing support for terrorism-related activities. Oh, bro, please get a job, brother. Get a fucking job, dog. That's crazy. They have brigading email templates, man. They have one for the DNC execs. Oh, yeah. There was another. Hold on. There was another thing. I remember. What was it? There was that JSTLK guy who was like literally sending fake fucking shit to the DNC. This is probably what they sent to the USC too, right? Yeah. 27,000 emails to the USC deans to try to stop me from speaking on campus. The box text is code to spam email. They're using bots. Yeah. Are they even trying to combat anti-Semitism while they accuse you of anti-Semitism? No, they don't. They're not combating anti-Semitism. If they were, they would be combating themselves. I like that they also, these guys claim they're not obsessed with you. They have an entire Discord server dedicated to this shit. But also, I remember when I was at the DNC, JSTLK, one of Destiny's orbiters, was openly admitting that he was sending fake messages and shit that they concocted specifically to the DNC. And they're like, yeah, I don't give a fuck that it's fake. Who cares? Like, just, cause some commotion. Oh, here it is. This is the one. I found it.
Bro.
Okay.
Bro. This. Dude, could you imagine? Hold on. Okay. Nobody's watching this, okay? But we need this psyop, okay? I need somebody to go and show, all right? Like text messages with somebody at the we need to fake text messages, okay? From a DGGer to the DNC that's just saying like, hey, Hasan Piker was saying this at the DNC. Okay, we don't actually need it doesn't need to be real. Just needs to be convincing fake DMs, okay? Of you DMing somebody at the DNC. Go to LinkedIn, find somebody who could make decisions, okay? Fake DMs with them, okay? Fake the DMs of you saying, here's the clip of him saying this shit, all right? Here's the clip of him. No. It's a joke, guys. We don't actually, I'm saying that just to fuck with him, okay? So you
No, I
fake
am
the
so for
DMs.
this.
You fake the DMs of you reporting his Israel clip, his rudeness to the hostages, to the DNC, and them saying, oh, maybe it's not appropriate, he's here the next day, okay? And then when he's going to leave, also say, hey, I'm watching his stream, you didn't take his press credentials away, okay?
Yeah, this is like shit that had already happened at this point. And he was like trying to meme. Like they're like, oh yeah, we're going to make like fake messages back and forth to have a fun little, to take credit for it, basically.
Make it believable. Make it believable. And we'll tweet it out, all right? I'm telling you that this will make him one official new account and one DGG report.
Look at the level of obsession, dude. Why would you want to stream this? Dude, it's unbelievable the level of fucking. So they did get you kicked out? No, they didn't. They wanted to take ownership over it, to be like, we did it. We were the ones who got him kicked out or whatever.
Reporting it. Well, maybe, okay? I'm just saying that
like this person's username on Kick is Hasanabi. Like that's psychotic, man.
If we have these things and somebody posts them, you don't even need that. You need you need somebody posting it to what you need. Maybe this is what you mean, okay? Tom Pinion, ex-girlfriend. Maybe this is what you mean, is we need somebody. I will retweet this, but it'll be somebody who posts it in the community and says, look.
Bro, this is literally just like maximum stalker shit. He's taking credit for shit like his internet troll ISIS. Why are these dudes so weird? Well, just a reminder that this dude straight up said that it was fucking up his real life experiences that he couldn't stop himself from saying the N-word in and around like normal people. Like they had a long back and forth about like the ethics of saying the N-word and how it was actually ruining his life because he just kept accidentally having to say it and didn't want to in the real world, even though he was perfectly fine saying it online, and he did in that conversation.
Look, I got Hasan kicked out from the DNC, okay? And then I'll retweet it and I'll say, holy shit, this is hilarious, okay? I'm telling you, it'll be, it will be very funny. Think Tom will cover this? Which Tom? Turkey Tom? Maybe Turkey Tom.
Yeah, they have like all of their orbiters too that are like in the YouTube commentary sphere that are Keemstar aligned that will just like lap up any kind of like anti-Hasan shit and cover it with the utmost sincerity. Like this is the most important thing that has happened.
I think he was covering some other Hasan stuff on Twitter. I need to start using Twitter again. I haven't been using it enough. But I'm just telling you that this would be so fucking funny. You still want the clip of Hasan fighting with a pro? I do, yes. So I will watch that in a second. Sorry, I forgot. This is my true passion in life, is just A-logging Hasan being unhinged, okay? I wasn't sure I wanted to... Listen, I get a little sad streaming sometimes. I'm like, why am I doing this? And then we get to watch some Hasan content, and I remember that this is my passion, okay?
Oh man. I'm telling you right now, brother. When I say this shit is insane, okay? When I say this shit is like legitimately sad, this is what I mean.
You still want the clip of Hasan fighting with a pro? I do, yes. So I will watch that in a second. Sorry, I forgot. This is my true passion in life, is just A-logging Hasan being unhinged, okay?
What does A-logging mean? I don't even know what that means.
Wasn't sure I wanted to... Listen, I get a little sad streaming sometimes. I'm like, why am I doing this? And then we get to watch some Hasan content, and I remember that this is my passion, okay?
Is a
This is
4chan
where I want to
term?
be. This is everything I want in life, is right here, right now. All right?
Okay.
Bro. This...
A term used to describe one's expressing disproportionate levels of hatred for someone, often including wishing them physical harm, usually for perceived crimes, in air quotes, that they are guilty, in air quotes, of. The question I have always is like, why would you reveal that? You know what I mean? If like that is your legitimate point of view, why would you ever reveal that? Like, how hugboxed are you? How echo chambered are you into thinking that like, nah, this is fire. Like I'm going to admit to every single person that's watching right now that I would probably kill myself if it wasn't for the fact that I have a hyperfixation on a content creator who didn't even know I existed until this fucking very moment. From 4chan site, A-logging is a term used to describe the act of overplaying or exaggerating the negative traits of someone lulzy at irrational levels. What's so shocking about this incredibly pathetic display of someone voluntarily revealing that they are basically not fully human. You know, they've just lost their humanity in this process. And they're simply an instrument of another content creator's will. Okay. What's so crazy about it is that it has not worked. So I think like in that process, they just get even more angry, you know? That's what's so crazy about it. I feel bad for them too, chatter. That's not even a joke. I do. Might be weird to say this, but this makes me feel bad for him, them. I agree. I do too. They'll never believe me when I say this, but yeah, I do. Like doing this stuff is crazy. Here's some recent articles. A congressional letter from Congressman Ruchi Torres discussing Hasanpiker's views. If you would like any additional details, specific information about this content creator's past statements and affiliations, like they're like, oh, we found a new way to relive the glory days of Gamergate is what these guys are doing. To be continued. What is this? Okay, within minutes, folks. I need someone to find clips of Hasan discouraging people from voting. This might have some helpful things from the article. Biden shouldn't expect any little support Hasanpiker offered last time. They're probably in here watching right now, by the way. Like a couple thousand of them. Definitely in here right now. Very excited at the prospect of, you know, getting noticed. And apparently, I guess, like, what, Ethan was DMing this guy? I'm sure I could find something about that. I'm not back to digging for stuff until Friday. Twitch bans Israel. That's the name in the Discord server. I'm sure I could find something about that. And Chair Stream gotta wait now. Okay, within minutes, folks. I need to find some clips of Hasan discouraging people from voting. Give me what you can. On Wednesday's episode, Ethan reviewed several clips of Hasan's content. Several times throughout the episode, he started texting with someone, and it appears they were sending him links. What the fuck?
There was an influence he had on them. It was to not vote. Could be wrong. And maybe I
haven't heard that from him.
Dude, I've seen so many clips. I've seen so many clips. I'll pull them. Sorry, I'm catching up on.
Sounds like Ethan needs clips of Hasan encouraging people not to vote.
Something.
He's actually saying.
Here, I don't know. Pull this video up. I don't know if it's good or not.
It's the Spriggs guy. Ethan Klein was messaging. The Spriggs guy made the logo for that terrorist site. I heard Reddit nerds echoing this talking point. Yeah, I mean, Reddit is endlessly brigadeable. So there's not much you can do, especially if it's like, if you're brigading in a pro-Israel kind of way. Holy shit, go look at world news, you know what I mean? They use bots to scrape every single message from Twitch chat and Discord. They have guides on their sites on how to download the VODs to scrape the logs and clip out of context. That is the reason why I originally made the VODs. That is the reason why I originally paywalled the VODs for subscriptions. Because I was like, if you're going to do all that, might as well give me some money for it, bitch. But a lot of people in my community were like, well, I rely on the VODs to keep up. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. You know, I'll take it. It's all good. Maybe it's time to get some restraining orders. There is nothing you can do to cyber harassment. There's nothing you can do about it. There is no apt legislation to stop something like this from happening. Just so you understand, it does not exist. Okay? Yeah, they have a Hustler U for basically slandering me. I think it's time for their Discord to get nuked. Yeah, I don't know why Discord allows them to do this kind of insane brigading and harassment campaigns. I think Ethan realizes that the hate D community has for you is so unhinged, so he's afraid to admit using them to further his own campaign. It seems like even Ethan wants to not hurt his credible attacks on you and admit he's using that community to find avenues to attack you. Yeah, well, you know. I think part of that is... Hold on. Doors open. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why Discord allows that kind of shit to fly, but so does Reddit, really. Oh my God, you called it? Let's go. Asmongold's on it now. Give me what you got if you can. From Destiny's community, 2 white millionaires argue. What? Destiny's mods urgently ask for a clip of Hasan discouraging people from voting. 3:55 p.m. Pacific. Someone sends the Destiny mod this post. Back to the H3 podcast a few minutes later.
Week of the election or something. This one's recent. Let's see what this one is. What this fucking
I like that the crew's like, come on, let's speak of the election, please. And he's like, no, we have to speak on Hasan, who does not vote for sure and tells people not to vote. 3:57 p.m. PST. Look at the copy on the bottom left of the screen.
And all the efforts.
Oh, 2 white millionaires argue that voting. Oh yeah, it's directly from Reddit. Wow, what a crazy coincidence. Surely that didn't happen again,
here.
right?
No stone unturned here.
The answer is here. The proof is right here in the pudding, and we're about to taste the pudding. Can you send? I just need another clip.
Okay, within minutes from the article. Wait, this is the same one. Destiny's mod requests examples of Hasan discouraging people from voting again at 4:06. Okay, within minutes, I need to find some clips of Hasan discouraging people from voting. Someone provides the clips titled, Hasan is asked when he will endorse Kamala. By the way, I'm willing to bet that that's probably a fucking gray name sock account that was also asking that too.
Here's another one I got. Well, you guys look for that.
Fighting for a brighter future may be hard work.
Again, look at the title of the video on the bottom of the screen. Endorsing this ticket? I mean, when I see some fucking momentum on Gaza. By the way, in that clip, you want to know what's funny? I think in that clip, I literally talk about how if Kamala Harris actually changes trajectory on Gaza, I would start my door knocking operation tomorrow. That very same clip that they're using. Ethan is in direct contact with people who are creating these websites, doxing, and sending mass emails. It was wild. Ethan kept looking for a video of you encouraging not to vote. When it didn't work, he would try to find another one. 3 different videos. Yeah. And it's ironic because I think the day prior to that, prior to the election, I quite literally voted on stream. And I have always urged people to vote. Always. Ethan is the kind of guy that if he hates you, he really hates you, and given enough time, he can convince himself to hate anyone and anything. Yeah, look, my point is, I hope that Ethan can, maybe take a step back from this stuff. And it's not because I'm like genuinely fearful that he is exposing my secret anti-Semitism or some shit that he's going to assume I'm saying. I wish him well, just like I wish all of those other haters well. You know what I mean? Including that one guy who's like, my entire life's purpose is to basically fucking, what is it? A-logging Hasan? I want everyone to be healthy. I want everyone to have a good life, okay? Regardless. I guess that's the difference. This even includes Destiny, by the way. Like, I think that he would be an infinitely happier person if he didn't constantly get in his own way, right? Like, for example, here, I'm going to show you my attitude, and then I'm going to show you his attitude.
And yeah, when I found out, I was like, yeah, fucking, you should keep doing this.
Wait, no, not this. Hold on. This is what I was going to show you. Here. This.
I guess my first question is going to be, do you really think Hasan and Mike from PA should kill themselves?
I wish they would. Yes.
Do you think that's at all a harmful statement to make that goes against, I don't know, just objective morality?
No. I think their deaths by suicide would make the world a safer place for more people.
Problem is, like what you said, they make money out of this outside the pleasure they get of this. Yeah.
But you...
Like, you have a kid, man. You have a child. Like, go take care of your kid. What the fuck? This shit is obviously not good for you. Like, why? Why are you festering in your own anger and resentment and envy? The drama is definitely profitable. I think that's a key point around this stuff, for sure. But here's the thing, okay? Here's the problem. While the drama is profitable, okay? While the drama is profitable, and I'm sure Asmongold is going to cover what Destiny said here about me and Mike from PA anytime, any day. I'm waiting on it. I'm sure when Asmongold catches wind of this clip, he's going to be very upset, and he's going to denounce Destiny and be like, we got to stop that. Just like, you know, the thing I was trying to say is that while this, okay, while this right here, okay, is I mean, and I don't give a shit for the record. While this right here might be profitable, okay, it's robbing you of your soul, okay? This level of hatred and toxicity, unironically, and not just for Destiny himself, but for his entire community, is unhealthy. This level of pathological obsession is unhealthy. Straight up. Working so hard to tear someone down may get you money in the short term, but it's corrosive. Absolutely, dude. Abso-fucking-lutely. D lost a debate to Mike on the most basic shit of all time like 6 years ago and still holds on to this anger. Yeah. The technique is common, okay? If he feels embarrassed or slighted by you, and it hurts his like narcissistic ego, he will never let you forgive it, or he will never let you forget it, and he will make your life living hell permanently. He will always try to lolcow you and bully you and attack you and use his community, who is willing participants in this process, forever. There's a reason why so many people that have encountered Destiny who aren't still firmly within his orbit, never to get larger than him, mind you, because God forbid, that would be terrifying. are always victim to the same kind of cyber stalking and cyber harassment campaigns. Always looking at why other people are responsible for their favorite internet debate god being perceived as someone who is fucking gross. Okay? It's this kind of shit, man. That's it. It's literally the burning bridge joke for them. They wait for it and hope for it so they can go off and start harassing people. Yeah, it's a community that is entirely built around just like tackling his fucking enemies for him. And it's ironic that like most people don't even touch it. Like most people don't even bother to turn Destiny into a lolcow when he is a fucking target-rich environment for such an activity. 2-time divorce champion, constantly having a hard time like keeping up relationships with people because he's so fucking gross, rapacious little nerd, you know? But the real reason why most people don't even bother to fucking lolcow him in this way is because they don't even want to deal with the repercussions, drawing the ire of his community. That's it. Why are you projecting so much? Yes, brother, I'm projecting. There's not much else you can do in this process. Like a lot of these dudes, and many of them are in here right now, are straight up like they're straight up delusional. Like they will genuinely repeat the most delusional shit. Like they'll be like, "Oh, you're obsessed. You're obsessed with him." It's like, come on, brother. Just key search Destiny in my fucking YouTube or my Discord, and then key search Hasan in his, and you will understand who's actually fucking pathologically obsessed with the other person. And by the way, 2011 account. I know your ass is not 14 years old. You're fighting as a grown-ass man, another grown-ass man's battles, okay? In air quotes, fighting. Yes, you're going to destroy me in the marketplace of ideas with debate. Ay, ay, ay. Lol, just did the key search and it's fucking wild how many Hasan vids he has. Yes. You know what's interesting is that Destiny's community was trying this before the Israel shit, and Ethan recognized it and saw how insane it was. Interesting he joined them when they confirmed his own biases. Yeah. Like him on Dr. K basically explains why in his communities like that is so sad. I get why D was ignored all the time now on stream. Fucking wild behavior from that community. The craziest part is, despite my best attempts of ignoring and hoping that like he will find some success in his life and fucking move on, he never did. This has been ongoing for 5 fucking years. And it's hilarious because it leads to shit like, yeah, Ludwig barely talked about him. His community swarmed him. Weird behavior on their part. They fucking hate Ludwig now. And they were trying to debate Ludwig on how their favorite internet debate lord's vibes were unparalleled and unmatched. Like, think about that, man. What are you doing? Like, you're trying to debate somebody else on fucking vibes? You didn't even you weren't there. You don't know what his own personal feelings on the matter are. Like, that's crazy. Why are you doing that? Yeah, cheeseball gate. Yeah, or whatever the fuck it was. How the fuck are you gonna hate on the human equivalent of a goddamn golden retriever, dude? That's insane to me, okay? Ludwig is like mathematically the least hateable person. That's crazy. Like, being like, no, I hate him because he's Hasan's a bitch boy. Hasan is like mind controlling him. Yeah, not to mention how we talked about cutie or slime. It's just all toxicity all the way down, you know?
With all that said, I do have to pass the question off to you, though. I do want to segment this. Like, for the more general audience, I'd love to know your thoughts here specifically, right? Because this is just one chapter in a much larger saga of a fallout. But then also separately, for people that are a part of either of these communities, right? The H3 community.
D has decided that his entire existence is a calculated facade and that outrages him because he can't believe he exists sincerely. Huh?
The hasanpiker community. There was some overlap for a while. I don't know how much exists now. What's your take on this whole situation, including where we are right now? And then
I go to the comments and everyone's talking about the Onion buying the InfoWars. All right. Your video on that drama is excellent and still relevant. Oh, yeah, this was so funny, dude. Destiny's community is insane. Ludwig said Destiny's vibes were off and Destiny's community made a whole documentary about the situation. Like, you can't operate like that, man. You can't fucking operate like that. That's not good for you, big dog. I promise that's not good for you. They made a fucking documentary about it. Anyway. I'm a stash hater, but the stash with the light beard looks killer. Thank you. Oh. Ben Shapiro, Trump's 2 controversial picks for today. I mean, we're skipping it. I'm going to skip that. Let's talk about The View.
But one show
View host admits Kamala Harris flubbed layup question. It wasn't a gotcha question. And I'm going to go pee and I'm going to grab my food.
Talking about for years is The View.
Yes. So Sunny Hostin, remember, she said, what would you do differently, Kamala Harris? And Kamala said, you know, I don't think I'd do anything differently. Well, Sunny was asked about that. And I think the first soundbite that we're going to play is Sunny. Okay, just one soundbite. This is Sunny being asked about it on a podcast. Listen to this.
I followed up because I was surprised at the answer. Look, I think it wasn't so much about the question, but it was really more about the answer.
Not a thing comes to mind.
Not a thing comes to mind. And that's why I followed up with, is there anything that you would do differently? And the reason I followed up is because, you know, that wasn't a gotcha question. That was a layup, really.
It was an important question, and I think one she should have expected.
That's what I thought. I actually thought it was a chance for her to explain to all the people who are saying, I want a change agent.
You know what? Everyone is talking about this post-mortem and what the Democratic Party should be doing differently. And obviously, they didn't talk to the working class and didn't talk to minorities, communities the white way. But she was a terrible candidate. The Democratic Party has to come out there and be able to say it. I know you guys just parachuted her in, but there's a reason why she was the first candidate out of the primary back in 2020. It's because she was she should have totally been ready for that question. And this was a protective question. This is her sorority sister that was trying to help her out, giving her a layup, and she just did not have an answer.
Remember, Lawrence, she was asked that question twice that day. In 2 different interviews. And she never, even the second time she was asked,
Wasn't it the late night, show?
So she had a chance for her staff to say, wait, maybe we shouldn't have answered it that way. Let's change that for tonight.
Right, because the number one thing that a lot of people said in the polling was, we would like to know more about you and your plans. And so Sunny goes, I'm going to ask, and this is her chance. And Kamala Harris blew it.
The unfolding scandal I think that's going to come out is
that whole campaign was fake. It's a fraud.
Oh, yeah.
And now you find out that all these celebrities that came forward, how much were they compensated?
Dude.
And whether it's to a foundation
I will never forgive nor ever forget how insane it is that American celebrities who are just outright mercenaries were charging unimaginable fees to go and stand by a fucking candidate and do performances. Oprah Winfrey getting $1 million is so nutty. It's like, bro, you are a multi-billionaire. What the fuck were you going to do with a $1 million, dude? Pay for it out of pocket for the production cost. Like, the fuck? It is truly, truly insane. Biggest crybaby on this website? What? Me? Oprah said it's not true? Like, that's insane, dude. That's insane. The fact that some celebrities were like taking money is genuinely shocking to me. She'd probably say times are tough. Not everyone is like you. Unfortunately, so many celebrities are so greedy. Yeah, I mean, it was just like genuinely shocking. Speaking of getting paid for things, okay? Like yesterday's thing that I did was paid for originally, or was supposed to be a paid media placement. Okay? Yesterday's pack. I didn't want payment for it. I refused payment for it. I told them that they should rather, if they choose to do so, make a donation in the form of that payment to a charity that they see fit, specifically combating or specifically defending immigrant communities. Okay? There is a lot of stuff that I voluntarily, not take on. Straight up. Just like and this is a fun time to reveal this, and I talked about this last night. One of those gambling sites, I forget which one it was, offered me $1 million. Starting. Like they were like, let's start the conversation at $1 million, apparently. Yeah. So that they could sponsor my election day coverage. I was like, fuck off. Obviously, we're not going to do that. That's insane. No, not like stake. I'm talking like the gambling prediction betting websites. I think it was Polymarket, but I'm not sure. It could be another one. I can ask my manager. Which I think is, bro, take that, we would understand. No, dude, why the fuck would I take that? What do you mean? Brother. One, they literally got raided by the FBI. And two, I don't think you guys understand. There are people who approach me all the time. And they give me a shit ton of money. Or want to give me a shit ton of money. And I say no. The reason why I say no is not even because like my haters would, make jokes about it or whatever. Who gives a fuck, dude? I would fan myself with the $100 bills in the form of $1 million fucking dollars to all the heat I'm getting from my haters if I gave a shit. Are you kidding me? That's insane money. That's like life-changing money. But the reason why The reason why I don't do it is because it's against my fucking principles. That's the whole point. I'm incredibly fortunate to have as large a community as I do with like-minded individuals who subscribe, not at the top of the hour any longer because I'm not running ads as well any longer now that I don't have a contract, for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. That's right, baby. Editorial independence. It's a wonderful thing. Thank you, Joro Sara, for the 10 gifted subs. That's the thing. I'm so fortunate that I don't even have to fucking think about it. What principle would it violate? Well, I don't think that it's appropriate to do a fucking gambling ad, especially for politics. What are you, crazy? That's nuts. Do broadcasts like the CBC pay you to do this? No. I got 38,000 micromanagers in here. I've spoken with numerous content creators who were offered hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars to do very simple ads for them. They offered me money back in July. The CMO spoke to me and said I didn't have to market as an ad and that I would be paid via PayPal. That's illegal. For the record. Can I ask, does Phil warn you when he was going to mention you in a video? Nope. Listen, man, there's some journalistic integrity here. It would be unkind if he warned me ahead of time.
A juicy little morsel for you that I'm not seeing from any of these fucking influencers about Polymarket. Polymarket is a gambling website. That's not, I don't know if that's how they market themselves, but that's what it is. But, you know, one of the things that you could bet on, for example, is like the outcome of the election. They're not the only type of people to do this kind of thing. Also, just to give you additional context in the situation, this just happened a few hours ago, okay? They approached me about 6 months ago to start doing some paid stuff for them, and they had a lot of fucking money that they were throwing around. They were paying people hundreds, if not thousands of dollars just for tweets. Probably 5 to 10x that for video format stuff. What's funny is now learning that Peter Thiel and Elon Musk had a relationship with Polymarket is funny to me because the guy who spoke to me on the phone, who clearly was completely full of shit, was saying like how progressive they are and their values. They were trying to get a spot at the DNC, like they were going to get a space there because they were going to donate so much. What's funny is I think this might actually be a story that I'm accidentally breaking right now. But basically, they sent me a folder, and I don't have access to the folder anymore. But they sent me a folder, and they said, here are the campaigns that we've done. And those campaigns included, like, B-list celebrities like Billy Baldwin, but also people like Lindy Lee, who's literally a campaign strategist for Kamala Harris. Yep. And they were like, these are examples of things that you can tweet. They weren't marked as ads, and a lot of them happened within 60 days of the fucking election, which means that it's probably an FCC violation, but also a fucking FEC violation. And like they sent me the folder.
Dude, I remember when Lindy Lee tweeted it. Lock her up. Bernie Bros on top. Let's go. Lindy Lee straight up got paid by them and never fucking said it was a goddamn ad and quote tweeted their like tweets. She was working in the DNC. Guys, Lindy Lee is not a random influencer. She is a Democratic Party operative. Do you understand how fucking insane that is? I'm fairly certain she deleted. No, this isn't even it. Or this could be one of them. But there were direct, yep, there it is. CEO of Polymarket, Ethereum since 14. I love music and collect art. Good explainer on the power of betting markets. Polymarket odds may heavily tilt towards Trump because of some pro-Trump individuals are placing massive bets in his favor. Maybe not. That said, his allies are also funding pro-Trump polls. Yet no one can deny the power of Polymarket. Oh, here's another Lindy Lee tweet. Vice President Kamala Harris gave the most gracious and classiest concession speech in recent history. She was dignified and poised. Her emphasis on the peaceful transfer of power was so deeply important. Madam Vice President showed the world the best of America today. Quote tweeting Polymarket. But this is the funniest one. Lolo, back in January 27, 2020, obviously put forward a meme. Wow, this is terrible. Directly from the campaign too, shaking my head. Bernie Sanders 2020. I will be direct here, Alex. We need you to keep bullying people online. The strategy is working. Keep going, comrade. And then he got a fucking DM from Lindy Lee, who at the time was a political strategist still working within the ranks of the, it was working in the Democratic Party, but hadn't started working for Kamala Harris yet. Hi, is the screenshot of the Bernie email real? Once again, remember, going to Princeton does not automatically mean you are intelligent. Once again, a lot of the people that work at these places that you think because they dress a certain way, they speak a certain way, they have certain credentials, you automatically assume that they're intelligent. This is not the case, as demonstrated once again by the likes of Lindy Lee.
I'm gonna try to have to look for the folder, but they sent me a folder with like a shitload of these. Like when you see a big account tweeting and they're doing Polymarket and they're like, wow, what do you think's gonna happen here, guys? They're getting fucking paid to do that. I almost did it. And the reason I didn't is because the tiny little lawyer that lives in my brain was like, this, I don't know about this. And look, I'm not saying it is illegal. I'm just saying it seems like some people might get confused about what you're saying when you're sharing a map that shows Donald Trump with, 65 or 70% whatever, and then being like, what do you guys think about this? Could that be electioneering? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer for the
It is. Yeah. By the way, Lindy Lee still went on and talked about how Tim Walz was a bad choice. Like her first thing was to go on Fox News and shit on the Democratic Party. Not Kamala Harris, mind you, but the progressive base of the Democratic Party. You mean X and Aiden's opposing tweets might have been ads? I don't know what X or Aiden, XUC or Aiden posted, but there is a very high likelihood that they could have been.
FEC. But if I were a lawyer for the FEC, I'd be fucking interested.
Yes. Lock her up. Also, that wouldn't be the first time that Aiden Ross in this election cycle engaged in an FEC violation, which makes it even funnier. All right. Alex Jones, InfoWars. Let's watch.
Morning, the satirical news site The Onion has just won an auction to acquire the media outlet InfoWars. Right-wing conspiracy theorist Alex.
Before we get started, I must also disclose that I'm a big fan of The Onion and the new / kind of older direction that they're going towards right now. I'm friends with some of the people. Some of them are my moots, okay? So, you know, full disclosure there. And that, you know, I look forward to seeing what they cook up.
Jones. The Onion's bid was backed by the families of 8 victims of the Sandy Hook school shooting, the very people that Jones defamed. And now Alex Jones is responding on social media.
The Connecticut Democrats with the Onion newspaper bought us. They asked, did they outbid? They said, well, it was competitive. So they changed all the bidding rules, made it secret 2 days ago. I had a bad feeling I told you that. And just like they tried to shut us down back in late May without a court order, they're supposed to have a court order. There's going to be injunctions filed. I'm about to go live out of Harrison's American Journal studio. I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off.
Joining us now, CNN Chief Media Analyst Brian Stelter. Brian, how did this go down? This is a pretty stunning development.
It's both hilarious and also very serious, Jim. For those who don't know The Onion, this is the print newspaper of The Onion. The Onion's a longtime comedy brand, a satire brand, making fun of real news. The Onion was fake news before that slogan ever erupted in our politics. Here's an example from The Onion paper, Jim. Trump launches his own brand of voting machines. Like, that's the kind of humor The Onion is known for, but they're doing something very serious here. They were able to bid for the InfoWars media empire. InfoWars, of course, a very different kind of fake news. InfoWars and Alex Jones, he's all about fear of immigrants, fear of Democrats, fear of government. He is a disinformation artist, and it was his defaming of the Sandy Hook families that caused all of this to happen. It was that lawsuit. It was that $1.5 billion judgment against Jones that sent this to auction. And as of today, a judge has ruled that The Onion, a satirical news website, gets to own all of the InfoWars assets. So as we speak, Jim, Infowars.com, the website's already been taken down. And now the new owners, whether they use it for comedy or they use it for advocacy, we're going to find out in the months to come.
Fascinating, especially after Alex Jones caused so much pain for the families of the Sandy Hook victims, defaming them, just putting them through hell. A lot of people are seeing...
And that's why...
Yeah, some justice here.
This is another example of the courts bringing real punishment for defamation. Jim, you and I have been covering this for a few years now. We've seen how it's really only the courts that are able to bring justice to the big liars out there promoting big lies. And Alex Jones, in some ways, was the biggest one of them all. Look, he's going to set up shop somewhere else. He's vowing to fight on. He has allies like Steve Bannon. They're going to help him do it. But The Onion was able to partner with the Sandy Hook families, and they've actually struck an advertising deal with the gun control group, Every Town for Gun Safety. So they're trying to do some good, taking out of all the damage that Alex Jones caused, Jim.
Well, hats off to them all. Brian Stelter, thank you very much.
The satirical news website, The Onion, has won the bankruptcy.
Is this real? Okay.
Site that manages to persuade people to believe itself as the, quote, world's leading news publication, offering highly acclaimed, universally revered coverage of breaking international and local news events. It has 4.3 trillion daily readers. Jones has been saying on his show that if his detractors bought InfoWars, he would move his daily broadcasts and product sales to a new studio, websites, and social media accounts.
You have to read The Onion's fake parent company CEO's message. Yeah. Global Tetrahedron CEO, chairman, media proprietor, entrepreneur, human trafficker, thought leader, and venture capitalist. This is, once again, for those of you who don't know, because there's, you know, plenty of neurodivergence in this community, satire. Okay? Like they're saying that they're going to continue the brand of InfoWars, but in a satirical fashion. Having said that, however, people literally thought this was real and got mad at them. But yes, I am very excited at this, and I look forward to the work that they put out. And not only do I look forward to the work that they put out, I hope I can work with them as well.
The auction to buy conspiracy theorist Alex Jones's INFOWARS. Now, the bid was backed by families of the victims of the Sandy Hook massacre. The group won a huge $1 billion lawsuit against Alex Jones and his company in 2018. This was over him spreading baseless, horrible conspiracy theories about the Sandy Hook massacre, even saying that the shooting never happened and that it was made up. According to reports coming in now, The Onion plans to turn INFOWARS potentially into a parody itself, but there's a whole lot of questions of what this means now with this news coming in. So let me bring in right now CNN media analyst and Axios senior media correspondent Sarah Fisher on this.
Now that I think about it, I wonder if there's a way I can use this as precedent to go after a media personality that has impacted my real life experiences and has actively tried to, defame me deliberately by not only engaging in slander routinely, but also beyond the slander, has actively targeted by way of his Discord and by way of his subreddit an interest to harass me and my family members and people that are around me. Interesting. I know just the lawyer for the job. Brother, I know the lawyer that successfully sued Alex Jones at the behest of the Sandy Hook victim families. You guys are talking about Lolo, but I also know the lawyer who personally successfully sued Alex Jones. Just something to think about. Yeah, maybe others should think about that as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:50 right now. I'm about to upload this to X. I just got word 15 minutes ago that my lawyers and folks met with the U.S. trustee over our bankruptcy this morning, and they said they're shutting us down even without a court order. This morning, the Connecticut Democrats with the Onion newspaper bought us. They asked, did they outbid? They said, well, it was competitive. So they changed all the bidding rules, made it secret 2 days ago. I had a bad feeling. I told you that. And just like they tried to shut us down back in late May without a court order, they're supposed to have a court order. There's going to be injunctions filed. I'm about to go live out of Harrison's American Journal studio. I don't know.
Did you see that Midwestern Mark say that you smeared him? Wait, why? What did I say? Is it because I was making fun of him for saying that Jackson Hinkledink is a well-respected in the MAGA world? How's that slander? Isn't that what he said?
I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm going to be here until they come in here and turn the lights off. I'm going to say, where's your court order? So this is all going down right now. They want to silence the American people, but we're not going to be silenced. Be sure and follow me at the Alex Jones Network at AJN Live on X right now. They're filed in court to take real Alex Jones away. That's totally unconstitutional. The judge already said no, so they filed in other courts. So the live feed going up by the time you see this at AJN Live and at Real Alex Jones right now. Share this everywhere. This is a total attack on free speech. The deep state is completely out of control. The private security hasn't even been told.
They cut him out. They cut this part out on CNN because they were too afraid of the truth about the deep state pedophiles coming after him. I've thought about it. and I've gone back and forth on this. I wonder if it would be good for Alex Jones to be the press secretary. Because, like, on the one hand, obviously, it's really damaging for American public consciousness. But also, I think some in the White House press pool deserve that fate. You know what I mean? Like, having to deal with Alex Jones, I mean, that's unimaginable. I would watch that every day. I would watch that fucking press briefing every day. I would sit there tuned in every single damn day. I would never miss a second of it.
All this yet. They tried to tell them last time the other U.S. trustee to shut us down on the court order. These folks said no. So this is all happening right now. This is the tyranny of the New World Order, desperate to silence the American people. The mandate of Trump against all the lawfare, they don't care. So the system still thinks it's in charge. I'm going live right now from what probably will be the last transmission from this building. God bless you all for your support. Please support our sponsors so we get funds to stay on the air at the Alex Jones Network, thealexjonestore.com. Take action. I need your support. InfoWars is really the detonator for this whole global movement that's happening. Your support did that. You're the reason it's happening. You are the resistance. God bless and good luck.
For the chatter to say he criticized Israel, no, the fuck he did not. He used to. He used to go above and beyond. He used to not just criticize Israel. He used to criticize, past Israel, if you know what I mean. But what's really interesting, I think, about Alex Jones's transition was the worst thing that possibly could have happened to him, that made him, like, objectively more popular, too, was when he, like, hugged and kissed the not the Obama administration. I can't believe I said that. I slandered him. Sorry. When he hugged and kissed the Trump administration. Like, he used to be a massive critic of Bush. Massive. He was like, Bush did 9/11. Bush did 9/11 for Israel. Bush and the Jews did 9/11, that type of shit, right? Like, all the craziest and some not so crazy conspiracy theories. Like, for every insane shit that he would say, there would be like one truthful thing, like the surveillance state. Like, in the 90s, he kept talking about the surveillance state, and it was just completely correct. And that's part of the reason why I've always found him to be, like, potentially a federal agent until recently when this stuff happened to him, because he seemingly was untouchable, right? Because if you're the feds and you want to discredit, like, a lot of the crazy shit that you're doing that people would look at and go, what the fuck? That's crazy. You want a guy like Alex Jones to be saying some of the truthful things and then simultaneously say, like, insane stuff as though there are interdimensional space vampires who are pedophiles who are, existing amongst us. So, like, I think that was in order to discredit, like, the real things he talks about, right? So I've always been this Alex Jones fan, as you guys know, who maintained the position that he might be a federal agent. But the worst possible thing that, in my mind, ruined Alex Jones, which simultaneously made him, like, so much more popular, was when he became a government stooge. Like, when Trump went to his show before he got elected in 2016, he realized, like, oh, it's happening. Like, I am a part of the government now. And basically, most of his commentary after that point was no longer about having almost this like bipartisan anger towards the globalist elite that are pedophiles, right? But instead it was like just purposely directed in the direction of the Democratic Party. I guess my point is my goat was washed, you know, and my goat was made docile. The TYT 2016 almost fight was funny. Yeah. That's the last good thing that Jimmy Dore did was spit on Alex Jones.
Sarah, tell me more about what you're hearing as we're learning The Onion won this bidding war for INFOWARS. What?
For those of you who don't know, I've been a massive fan of Alex Jones for many years. I've actually openly stated that I think we don't deserve him as a society, that like he is in many respects, like me and Linklater had the exact same bead on Alex Jones where I think that he was like, if you could experience him in the way that I experience him and many in this community have, then he's one of the greatest. He's one of the greatest performance artists of all time, right? But the issue is, especially with like our level of educational attainment in America, people were not entertained by him. They believed him. Like, the point is that you're supposed to be entertained by him. You're not supposed to believe him, right? And as a broadcaster, I am agnostic in my analysis when I talk about like the content that media personalities provide. And there's not really anyone else like Alex Jones out there. Like, he was fantastic. He was endlessly entertaining. All the way back from the days of public broadcasting, all the way to the very end. And I think a lot of people might say, Hasan, when did your career peak? Was it at the DNC? When did your career peak? Was it when you played Among Us with AOC? And it was none of those things. My career peaked when Alex Jones noticed me and did a segment on me. This is from July 25th, my birthday, 2020, where Alex Jones did an entire story on, I believe this was after the 9/11 comments. Husuni.
His name is Hasan. He's funded by Gulf dictators, hundreds of millions. George Soros and Google. He wears jackets that say bash fascist.
Wait, is this real? What the fuck? When is this from, dude? How did you find this, dude?
And has a club in his hand. He's a young Turk. They tasted the blood of 1.5 million Christian Armenians, and they'll taste man flesh again. If they have their way. Bow, submit, turn your weapons in. 2. The nephew of Turd Breath, Sink Turd Breath, Hasan.
Oh my God. This is so cool. Oh my God. Oh, this is the best birthday gift ever, dude. Alex Jones.
Hasanpiker. You can't make up that name. That's his name, Hasanpiker. And if you're a radio listener, you can't see it. He's got his red stars, his Antifa flags, his communist flags, and he's got his baseball bat, and he's going to call you a fascist, even though he's funded by the Nazi collaborator George Soros, and he's going to attack your daughter like they did out in Oregon.
Oh, I'm dying. This is literally this is the dream. He's talking about how I'm going to have sex with your daughter, dude. Oh, that's so cool. He even said that.
He's going to...
Like, this is like a cameo, okay? This is like if you paid Alex Jones $1,000 to do a cameo, this is the best cameo that he could ever make.
Chase women down. That's what he's pushing. And uninterrupted for the Young Turks members. And this is the sexy death porn, the sexy terror porn.
Destroy the child, corrupt them all.
And their desperation as America's pulse comes back and as we stand up against the Chi-Coms and defend the Second Amendment and rediscover God and family. Hasan Peker of the Young Turks declares that America deserved 9/11, close quote, praises brave soldier who took Representative Crenshaw's eye. Isn't that just darling? Oh, when you go to a Young Turds event, they always go where there's a big crowd because they don't have any viewers, but it's the Google set. It'll be the Google event. So let's hear from Mr. Peker.
This is so insane.
Oh, hit pause, back it up. I forgot, he's real jealous that Joe Rogan, who, by the way, is a super libertarian right-winger, he just knows how to, survive in LA, I guess. Really smart guy. That's why I get mad at Joe, because he's as smart as I am or smarter. He knows all this stuff, obsessed with it. He knows more than I do in some cases. And he plays dumb, and I've told him to his face. But anyways, he has the congressman on, and Peker is mad that he has this tiny audience, so he thinks, well, I'll attack him and say something really scandalous.
Wait. Oh, that's so sad, dude. That's so sad in comparison to what my audience looks like now in comparison to Alex Jones's audience. Oh, no. Oh, Alex, I wish. What could have been.
And then all the meth heads and child molesters that watch my show, literally, they'll think I'm powerful. Oh, you're such a big man, Hasan.
You guys are all meth heads and child molesters. Alex Jones called you guys meth heads and child molesters. Oh, my God. I'm fangirling super hard right now. Oh, man. That's great. I can't believe you guys found this. I had no idea this existed. This is so good.
Flabby arms. I bet he's got some big old giant bitch tits. I'm sorry, it's a family show. Just go ahead and roll this.
This is awesome. America deserved 9/11, dude. F it. I'm saying it.
We're there to partner with them. We're not there doing our own thing. We're there partnering and training
in a video
and
game,
equipping and enhancing their capabilities.
We totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit. We did. We did in a video game, whatever, hypothetically, politically.
Hit pause again.
Did, man.
Back it up 10 seconds. Oh, like the Armenians deserved, because they were there before the Muslims took over Constantinople, and then you drove them into the mountains. But because they were Christian, they became still super wealthy because they were such good people.
Wait, what? Wait, did he just say that they were good people automatically because they're Christian, and they are wealthy because Christian people are good people and wealthy, and Muslims are bad? Wait, what? That's so weird. Oh, this is awesome.
And so you're named after the group that murdered them. And you've got a club, and you say you're coming for us. Let's continue with this psychopathic worm.
He's saying that, like, I'm going to do the Armenian genocide on white Christian men in this country. Sure, he gains the Alex to mog his losses. It is kind of sad that we're, like, revisiting this right now in the eve of his destruction. But yeah, flabby arms, dude. Are you fucking joking? Flabby arms, dude? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Is this why people always claim you're Armenian genocide denier? Well, it's because I'm Turkish. That's the other reason. And people just lie all the time. I wonder if he, like, is he trying to imply that I'm gonna kill Armenians or something? Like, what the fuck? Also, why the fuck would his audience care? Like, honestly, they're fucking Alex Jones fans. It's so weird. Holy
He's so intellectual.
Look at the way that this dip is running his mouth. I love that they're bleeping my words because this is a family show, as Alex Jones simultaneously is like making an argument about how Muslims are bad automatically and Christians are good and make a lot of money because they're good Christians. It's very weird, but you gotta, it's great. Justifying genocide right now. Like, how is this, how is anything I'm saying controversial?
This is a deranged pervert. I apologize.
You know what's crazy about that? That literally is about the Saudi genocide in Yemen. Which, at the time, I was very upset about because Bernie Sanders had demanded to stop selling arms to Saudi Arabia. Okay? And Dan Crenshaw was talking about why we have to keep giving Saudi Arabia arms while simultaneously talking about how they hate us because they ain't us. These Muslims, they all just want to fucking destroy the United States of America. Full fucking circle, dude.
For everybody, but that's why I was so.
It is also kind of interesting to think that, like, a lot of the people that became my friend or became my fans after this very moment are now using similar language against me to be like, you know, they're coming across like Alex Jones in the defense of America's imperial ambitions.
So angry this morning.
He had to pull a trigger warning on his audience, dude. He was so flustered and frustrated because his virgin ears had to hear those disgusting words, man. Alex Jones, who combats psychic pedophile vampires. Folks, listen. You already know it's alexjones.com, infowars.com. I'm locked away in a FEMA camp right now because President Obabe, the Muslim Kenyan, has locked me away, folks. But I will prevail. I am the demon of truth. I came in within earshot of Barack Obama. He smells like sulfur, folks. It's the truth. I got the documents. But then he's like triggered by a guy who says shit like that is triggered by what? Like something I said? That's awesome. Oh, that's so good. He's a deranged pervert. He's got meth heads and pedophiles in his audience. Oh, he said I got bitch tits. Alex Jones saying I got bitch tits is hilarious too. Wait, hold on. Oh, this is the perfect meme. I wish he ripped into me a little bit further. Look at this. I'll bet he's got bitch tits under there. I'll tell you right now, I'll engage you in a spirited oil wrestling competition. Isn't that what you like? Isn't that what Turkish people like? They like doing Armenian genocide and also oil wrestling. I'll wrestle you, brother. I'll tell you right now, I'll let you do the hook. Little known move in oil wrestling, which I know a lot about suspiciously, is when you put your finger in your opponent's butthole. Psychopathic pervert. I want him to do that to me. I want him to maneuver me. He's got flabby bitch tits. I know it. Unlike me, I got masculine, bodacious body built like an ox. Because I take alpha male supplements, as you all know. Go to alexjones.com. You can purchase my alpha male supplements. I will eat his ass like my neighbors. This is so good. I can't believe I was able to trigger Alex fucking Jones, dude. That I'm gonna send this to Tim Onion as my application for why I have to work. Why I have to work with them. That made it worth it. Any number of brand deals in the future that I will not be able to get as a consequence of my words on this platform at some point, I don't care. This video alone, worth it. Okay? Oh, will I not be able to attend the speech circuit alongside the likes of Charlie Kirk and whatnot if coronavirus ever goes away? Fine. This video, worth it.
Come on over here. Come on over here. No, you flipped me off. Come on, coward. No. Come on. You're not an intellectual. You're a fake and a fraud.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I got to go because I have to fly out later tonight. Okay. And I have to get ready to do such a thing. I am going to Texas. Suspiciously, right after AlexJonesInfoWars.com was stolen by goddamn Antifa. Ladies and gentlemen, AlexJones.com, Infowars.com, it was stolen by the likes of George Soros backed elements. Call the Onion. And in the process, I'm going to go and retrieve the studio. But I'll leave you out. I'll leave you with the oldie but goldie here. Okay, tomorrow I'm probably going to be live very early. I'm probably going to be live very early, by the way, because I have the OTK game day. And I might be live super early before then to cover any sort of like updates in like a very short stream if I do that. If not, you can catch me on OTK game day. I'm going to be playing basketball tomorrow. And then the next day, I'm probably going to do a collab with Nick Pollum and maybe Alveus as well. I'm trying to figure all that out right now. So anyway, on that note, love you guys, and I will see you. What the fuck? What happened? I'll see you.
What a fucking liar,
tomorrow,
dude.
ladies and gentlemen.
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
Alex Jones
What
out.
a
Real
fucking
Patriots rise up.
Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved happiness. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved happiness.
Oh, you're such a big, big man, Hasan. Man, Hasan. This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert. Oh, you're such a big, big man, Hasan. Man, Hasan. This is a deranged pervert. This is a deranged pervert. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. I bet he's got some big old, giant bitch tits. Hasanpiker. Can't make up that name. That's his name. That's his name. Hasanpiker. Can't make up that name. That's his name. That's his name.
Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved happiness. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved love. Fuck it. I'm saying it. America deserved happiness. Fucking liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude. Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. Literally lying. Still lying to his audience.